Good day, everyone. Welcome back to the stream. How's everyone doing today? Also, control. Yes. Those eyes have always been there. Well, ever since we've had that animated scene thing. So technically not the whole time, but for a couple months now, yeah. I wanted to make them very subtle so that only if you notice, then you'd know. Let's see here, Autumn __. How you doing today? Cool man chill, welcome in. Also, let's see, who else? We got Loki, good evening. Glad you're here. See how fast I noticed your message? So fast. So fast. The sky is up. So long as it never comes down, things will be good. If it ever is not up, we've got a problem. Let's see if I can keep it up. I know. Let's see if we can keep it up. I have brought with me today an energy drink, so hopefully I can keep it up today. Fingers crossed. We'll see. No promises. Also, I don't know if you can notice. Well, I mean, obviously you probably noticed them. The little subscriber things down there. I tried a different color, so if I can't remember if I revealed the behind the scenes secrets for this thing, but basically I just have a chroma key. What the? Get out of here. Get out of here, Firefox. I just got a Windows notification that's like, hey, if you use Firefox, your computer will run faster. And I'm like, okay. Anyway, so, there's that. So actually, we can just bring that down here. So as you can see, I have a chroma key, which basically is just getting rid of the background. I tried a different color. I tried going with a very bright pink because I was like, I'm not ever going to be using this color for the little foxes. I don't think it's working very well, unfortunately. You can kind of see it like around the names a little bit. That kind of sucks. Oh well. Oh well. Did you ever get it running alongside a debug scene? I did, actually. So I had to look this up. And luckily, thank freaking goodness, someone else had that exact same question where they were like, hey, why can't I run two instances of like an RPG Maker project, even if one is a test play and the other is an executable? I can't remember the full response, but it was something to the effect of RPG Maker uses like the same general ID when running, whether it's the executable or a test scene or anything like that. And so if you have one running, it can't run another because they all run on the exact same ID. So essentially, this is what we've got here. So this, you're supposed to update. Let me pull this over here actually really quick. So this package.json is basically what RPG Maker uses to like read the data of the executable. So you got like a name, main, JavaScript flags, what to do with the windows, like resolution, all that fun stuff. You got the icon, but you can add a Chromium argument. I think this is what it's brief for. Chromium argument, args. You can add a Chromium arg, and it could just say -- user data directory equals / data. So basically just putting it to the home. I'm trying to think of what is that called? The home, the default directory, the parent directory. That's embarrassing. Whatever / is, I cannot remember the name of it. Anyway, so yeah, and then so you're basically telling it where to go and where to put like a new ID or something like that. Anyway, all of that to say, if you just add this little thing here to your package.json file, you can then run as many instances of RPG Maker as you want, so long as this is in every single one of the package.json files that you're running them for. If you ever get rid of that, then you can only run one of those. Anyway, so yeah, so I can actually run it alongside like this. So if I pull up that, I come in here and I pull up Tomb of Versilius, I can then hit play. And yeah, we can be running Tomb of Versilius while it is also running our little pets down here. So I don't know if I should call those pets, because those are representative of the Twitch subscribers. So we're gonna call them the subscribers, not the pets. That'll be better, probably better. Anyway, yeah. So there's that. Good times. Let's see here. Jesse says, doing okay. Oh, what flavor of ghost is that? It is the Swedish fish flavor. This is probably the one that I have had the most of, and it is the one that I love the flavor of the most. I don't know. I've had the Sour Patch Kids. Wasn't a fan. Was not a fan of that one. But this one, oh, it's like liquid Swedish fish and it's so good. If you like Swedish fish and you like energy drinks and you have never had the Swedish fish Ghost, 100% would recommend. 100%. So delicious, so fantastic. Yes. Twitch subs are all pets. See, Jesse knows what's going on. It's so weird how it's exactly like a Swedish fish. I know! It's freaking crazy. It's like you drink it and it literally tastes like you're just... I don't know, it just had a freaking stroke there. It is like you are just... like you blended up Swedish fish until it was liquid and then you just ate it. Or you left a bag of Swedish fish in a hot car and then you open up that bag and you just kind of like, ah. That's the sound I make when I eat Swedish fish. Don't judge me. Anyway, yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good stuff. Let's see here. Loki says, pause. What are we pausing for? Also, I did what you said. A little late, but I did what you said. Gulps intensely. Fox! Where did he go? What'd I miss? I was gone while making a clip. Oh no, what kind of clip you making? Keeping it up. I can always count on you, Autumn__ to just make the best clips. The absolute best clips. Actually, I should probably pause the music, because this is gonna have its own music. Let's see if I can keep it up. I know. Let's see if we can keep it up. I have brought with me today an energy drink, so hopefully I can keep it up. It's not what I meant. And you know that. You know that's not what I meant. But yes. Hopefully the energy drink can help me keep it up. That's the hope anyway. Bro, Twitch and YouTube keep popping up messages saying I'm using an ad blocker. Last I checked, I don't have one. That's not good. Are you using, what browser are you using? Are you just using Chrome, or are you using, like, Brave or something? Because Brave has a built-in ad blocker, and I'm pretty sure that, oh, what's that other one? The one that all the YouTubers are always advertising. I cannot remember which one that's called. Opera GX. I think Opera GX has a built-in ad blocker. So that would suck. That would suck if they are now actually cracking down on those things, because that is actually why I switched to Brave. I was using Chrome, because I will say this really quick. You ready for this sound? Oh, so good. Nothing quite like popping the top of a fresh energy drink. Anyway, as much as I absolutely hate Google, there was just something so great about just, your accounts just sync everything and everything's synced to your Google account, and it's just, it's amazing. It's great. And so I never wanted to switch from Chrome. And then, unfortunately, they started cracking down on the ad blockers, and I was like, well, I'm not using the internet without ad blockers. Like, you have to. There are so many sites where you cannot even use them without an ad blocker. And so I was like, well, guess I'm switching to Brave. And so I did. And I haven't looked back. So hopefully they're not cracking down on those, because that would really suck. Having to pay for content? Terrible. Absolutely horrible. And by pay for content, I mean pay with my time. My time is valuable. I say as I'm sitting here chatting with my chat. See? Very valuable time. Time can't be spent watching ads. I need to spend my time chatting with all of you. Anyway, please enjoy this 30-second ad spot brought to you by Ghost. 60 seconds. Never mind. I'm not going to play an ad. I was thinking about it maybe just for the meme. Playing a 60-second ad? That's too much, though. Not going to do it. Wait, can I switch it to like 30 seconds? I don't think so. Oh, well. Oh, let's see. Clip the pet thing. Freaking. We can be running Tomb of Versilius while always also running the pets down there. It's true. We can. We absolutely can. uBlock Origin fixes it always on YouTube. Really? Because I used to have uBlock. I used to use uBlock and what was the other one? There's another one I used. Because uBlock stopped working for a while. So I started using another ad blocker, and that one stopped working. So then I tried going back to uBlock, and that started working, and then it just all went to hell after that. And so that's when I started using Brave. That's the name of it. Good old Brave. Anyway, good times. Streamboo ads. There we go. Yeah, this ad break is brought to you by Streamboo. Have you ever wanted to up your viewer count? Well, now with Streamboo.com, you can. Just visit that website, put in all your credit card information, and anything else that you don't care about losing. And you too can enjoy a boost of an extra 5 viewers per stream. Apply now at Streamboo.com. Credit checks are necessary. Constantly being updated to combat YouTube, trying to combat ad blockers. It's a constant struggle. I feel like at this point, ad blockers are almost kind of like antivirus software. You just constantly have to be updating them, making sure they're good to go, up to date. Maybe sometimes something will get through and you'll get some ads, but give a little bit, they'll update it, you'll be good to go. Sucks. Really sucks. Oh well. What can you do? It's the world we live in. We are the product now. Kind of scary to think about, but that's how it is. All right. Ooh, and Loki says, I have finally finished a project that should have been done months ago. I know that feeling. I know that feeling. And it's a one and done, so it doesn't come back to the list. Now to move on. That, I can only imagine, is an absolutely fantastic feeling. Especially if it's a one and done. That is something that is just an amazing feeling. So, very good, Loki. Absolutely fantastic. Is it a project you would like to share? Because if so, I'd like to hear about it. Angel says, good evening. Good evening, Angel. Welcome. Glad you could be here. How's your day going? Hopefully you're having a decent week so far. I know it's only Tuesday. For me, anyway. I know for some people it may be Wednesday morning, but hopefully your week's going well so far. All right. So, really quick update. Because I need to give this update really quick. With Tomb of Versilius. So you know how on Tuesday I was asked the question, hey, do you do any work on Tomb of Versilius off of stream? And I was like, absolutely not. I want to stream everything that I do. So yesterday I did some work on Tomb of Versilius off stream, but it was for the greater good. The greater good. It was a good cause. I did it for the greater good. I worked on finishing up the whole door unlocking mechanics, because I knew that it was just going to be absolutely tedious work at that point, because we'd already figured out the one dice, right? We got the one dice to work, put it, you could put it up in the thing and yada, yada, yada. And I was like, okay, now I literally just need to copy and paste this 6 more times. So I was like, either I can do that on stream and spend, the first hour or so just doing that, repeated over and over and over again, or I can just do it off stream and then show you all the finished product. So, I'm going to show you all the finished product. So let me pull this up really quick and I will just show you. Again, there shouldn't be anything missed because we got the first dice working, and then yeah, it was literally just replicating that 5 more times to get all 6 dice. So let's find the exit room, which is room 17. Holy crap, that's a long ways away, but we can do it because there are no monsters spawning. Hopefully we can do it. Okay, there we go. It's coming here. There we go. Something else, actually. I guess I shouldn't have said that nothing else happened. So, I also thought to myself, I was like, okay, this came to mind because, like I've mentioned before, when I go through to get shorts, I'm just watching my streams back at like 2x speed just to see if there's anything. And apparently like 2.5 weeks ago, I literally said on the stream, I don't want to do doors. Doors just don't make sense. Let's not do a door. And then we literally went back and did a door. So I was like, you know what? Doing a door, not so much. Not so much. So we're switching away from the door. This is now going to be a teleportation portal. We're kind of going back to the whole sigil thing, but it's embedded in the wall, not the door. And then when you come in here and you examine the symbol, it will pull this up, and then you can do your whole thing, yada, yada, yada. So you can be like, all right, let's see. We need 3, 3, 2, 5, and 4. So we've got, well, there's a 5. And then if you're like, here's a 6, but it's like, oh, that's not a 6. So then it jumps back and you're like, oh, what about a 6 here? And 6 doesn't go there. What about a 4 here? 4 goes there. What about a 4 here? 4 doesn't go there. And yeah, so it now will only accept if you put in the correct dice, which is what we got on the first dice, but again, just replicated for all the rest of the dice. Also made it so you can pull the dice off of the sigil, and so if you ever are like, oh, this isn't quite right, then you can pull those down. So that is all I did. That's, again, just replicated what we had done on this first dice, because like we literally on Sunday had it working to where you could pick up this dice and put it here. Well, if it was actually aligning correctly. And that was all we had. So yeah, replicated all of that, and now we have a full working sigil, if we actually had, you know, the dice that actually matched up with all of them. Yes, so I feel like that's probably going to be the best way to go, and so you may have also noticed that the mini-boss is no longer blocking the door, and that is because we're going to have the mini-boss, again, just be randomly throughout the floors, but what's going to happen is as you're going through, you will be finding these dice. So you could technically find the rest of the dice as you go throughout the dungeon before you actually, and like, I'm trying to think of the best way to describe this. These will spawn randomly through the dungeon, so you have to actually explore the dungeon to find these dice. Once you collect at least 5, you can come in here and start trying the whole sigil thing, and you may have to reroll a couple more times, but then you can collect a 6th dice to make it just slightly more easy, because you have 1 extra chance to maybe get the right roll. So yeah. And then once you get it all done, then this will open up a teleportation thing that you can go through, and then it'll take you to the next floor and close. I feel like that makes more sense than a door, because it's actually like taking you to another part of the tomb. So that is what we got. That's what we got going on. Just wanted to update everyone on that. Again, yes, I did work off stream, but it was to hopefully avoid tedium, and hopefully no one will be upset at that. If you are upset, I apologize, and I can promise that it will maybe happen again. So, anyway, yes, off-camera mining, exactly. I was off-camera mining. I was just getting all the stuff that I needed. Logan says it's just an updated slash downgraded version of side-scrolling space shooter. I hope that didn't come across too loudly in the microphone. I apologize if it did. I did it with the 3D assets, and it's been on my itch, but I just finished remaking it back in 2D, how I originally started. I uploaded the original on September of 24, and now just finished the full 2D version. Very nice. And so it's like, it's all working, like all bugs good to go. Yeah, that is absolutely fantastic. Well, we're gonna have to pull that up, and actually... Oh my gosh, freaking. There we go. Anyway, sorry. I was looking up your itch, and for some reason Google decided to autocorrect to pitch, so it was like Loki Trickster pitch. But I don't think this is the correct itch page. Wait, am I not following you? Hold up now. Dashboard. You'd think at one point I would learn how to actually use itch. Ooh. This isn't you, is it? I am quite upset. I'm sorry, Loki. I'm sorry. There's slight wonkiness with some of the pickups, but not worried about fixing it. It works. See, there you go. That is half the battle, is just getting it to work. Creator of Hellfrost. Aha! That would make sense. It also auto-corrected your name to actually Loki Trickster, not Trickster. That's a good time. There we go. Yeah, I am following you. What the crap? Freaking... I need to actually learn how to see, like, who am I following? I don't even know. I don't even know how to view that. Anyway. Oh, there we go. The side-scrolling space shooter. Oh, man. All right, everyone. We got to do it. We got to take a look. We got to take a look at our good old friend Loki's SSSS. Now, let's see. What do we got here? Play, reset score, and quit. Oh, my gosh. I did it again. I'm so sorry. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. This is Loki's space shooter, side-scrolling space shooter. All right, here we go. Let's pull this up. I may actually need to. What if I do that? Nope. That full screen's the whole full screen thing. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're doing primary display, and we're doing this. Whoop! That's not what we're doing. We're doing this, and we're doing this. Doing a little something like this. There we go. Now you can see. All right. Everybody ready? Good, because we're going. You're all gonna see how bad I am at stuff. All right, so here we go. We got up and down. Space is shoot. Hey! Yeah, that's right. Get out of here. I am also realizing. Okay, good. I can pause. I need to pause that, bring this down, bring this up, and do a little bit of this. All right, y'all ready? Yeah, ready? Oh no. Oh no, what'd I do? Crap! I hit escape to pause, and I can't unpause. That's okay. It's all right. We can rebuild. Yeah. All right, here we go. Wait, is that a power up or an obstacle? Ooh, it's an obstacle. Get him out of here. They'll never take me alive. Oh, they might take me alive. How'd I miss that one? Ooh. Got me an upgraded gun. Yeah. I love these kinds of games. Just side-scrolling shooters. So much fun. Bam! What we got here? So we got our score, we got our lives, shields. We got one shield. Let's see if we can get another. 2 shields. Ooh. 3 shields. Like I said, you'll never take me alive. Now here's the question, Loki. Is it a infinite side scroller? Why'd you break it? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I assumed that escape would be the pause button. So I pressed it. I did not mean to break it. Actually, I don't think the shields are working now that I think of it. Oh, crap. I should not look away from the screen. There's an end. Okay, all right. Here we go. I just didn't want to accidentally, you know, play for like 2 hours and it'd be like, oh, it was an infinite scrolling game until you died. But I'm just so good at these kinds of games. I'll never die. I'll never die! Yeah! Oh my gosh! No. I see you turning. Oh boy! That's not what I expected. Oh, no. I see you. You can't get me. What happened? Oh. Yeah! Level complete. You completed your mission and defeated the enemy army. You return to your base to await your next mission. We're fighting. To be continued? You never know. You never know. I love it, Loki. That is absolutely fantastic. Very nice work. Let's hear 3 cheers for Loki. I love it. I love it. Yeah, again, absolutely love side scroller like shooters. They're so much fun. Oh, let's see here. What have I missed? Angel retracted a message. What'd you say? Been good. Played some Frag Punk tonight with a good friend. Sounds like a good time. Never played it, but sounds like a good time. I think I just finished up my latest project now, back to the guinea pig game. Ooh, nice. Oh, it's just a good feeling. Finish that project and you like mark it off the list. Feels good. To door or not to door? There's, wait. I thought you were trying to say to door or not to door. That is the question. To door or not to door, or do we door no more? That is what you were trying to say. I think we door no more. No more door. Missed the last stream. This is looking great. Thank you, Angel. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's, we had it mostly looking the way that I have it now. I did try and beautify it a little bit, but, we still have some more work. We still have more work to do. We're gonna get there. Also, am I being really loud? I feel like I'm being really loud. I'm gonna turn that down just a little bit. All right. Jerry says, hey yo. Welcome, Jerry. Glad you could be here. Welcome. Also, Jerry. And Jesse, we'll see you when you get back. I feel like that was a little while ago, so hopefully things are going well for you. Hip hip. Oh, that was for Loki. Hip hip hooray, says Jerry. Fairinkling says, when did you make this? I didn't mean to break it. This version just finished. The original was done in September. Actually, I don't think the shields are working. Oh, that's true. That's true. There is an end. We did find it. We found the end. We found the boss, and we killed the boss. We need Axel to cheer. That's true. Where the freak is Axel? Where? I've never known Axel to be this late. Oh well, it happens. It happens. I think there is like a frame where the attack is still active and you just went into it. That's true. Yeah, I can see that. It happens. It happens. Oh well, I still beat him, and that's what matters. So, there we go. Holy crap, I just realized. Primary display. We gotta shrink that thing. Huge. Don't clip that. Here we go. Shrink the primary window. There we go. Back to original size. Fantastic. Awesome. All right. So let's get back in here. Jerry says, Axel never left. He sleeps in the corner of the Axel and hosts a show when you leave by using bits to talk. I knew it. I knew it. He's just here the whole time, just constantly chatting. I knew it. Sounds about right. Sounds like Axel. All right. Yeah, he just waits for me to leave so he can be here, take over. Actually, maybe when I get off, I'll just have Axel start like sharing his screen, and I'll keep streaming with Axel sharing his screen. There we go. I'll just have my stream running 24/7. I have actually thought I might maybe doing that. Just when I'm not actively streaming game dev, I'll just like set up a camera somewhere, like I don't know, like in my backyard or something like that, and you can watch the grass grow. Be a good way to go. I'd do it. I'd watch it. All right. Here we go. So, what do we have to do next? That is an absolutely fantastic question. So, as of right now, like I'd shown, we have most of it working. We still need to get, I don't know if you noticed, but we have a cancel button on the whole process. So right here, shows the thing, yada, 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 examine the symbol, pulls that up. There we go. So there is the reroll. We need to actually get the reroll working. We have the cancel working. We get that actually working. So if you click cancel, it actually deletes all of this and gets rid of all that stuff, and you're back into the room and good to go. So, Let's do the cancel button first. Let's do that. Also, let's come over here really quickly. So yeah, so this is what I wrote down when I was thinking about it. I'm like, this is what I want to do. So yeah, so no longer a door, just the magical wall sigil. The mini boss no longer blocks it, but you do collect the 5 dice around the dungeon to activate the sigil. So that is what we've kind of accomplished most of the way. So first things first, we need to make cancel button work. We also need to make reroll work, and we need to make dice spawn randomly in the tube. Cool. All right, well, let's make the cancel button first. Ooh, also, this is a very random side note, random thing going on here, but this goes out to anyone using RPG Maker. This is like a little tutorial, and I'm planning on, oh my goodness.
Loki Trickster just redeemed Truth or Dare. I dare you to not make the cancel button.
Bet. All right, I'm not making a cancel button right now. We're gonna do that later so I can actually adhere to this dare. That's right. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. All right. So this is definitely gonna be something that I will make a more polished video on. But this is just like a really quick how-to for anyone using RPG Maker. So oh, there we go. So in what the freak is going on here? Sorry, I'm pulling up my notes so I can actually remember how I did this. Not that it's that difficult. I just need to actually remember what's going on here. All right. So if you're using RPG Maker. And you, let's pull this up really quick and I will unfull screen this. There we go. So as you can see here, you got your test play window, right? And you know, it's easy enough if you come in here, yada, 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 next, there we go. It's easy enough if you're ever needing to if you're ever wondering, oh, is this switch on? What is this variable ID at? You can just press F9. Anybody using RPG Maker should know about F9. This pulls up your switches and variables menus, right? And you can see what switches on, what switches off, what variables, all right, what value, yada, yada, yada. But here was a problem that I was having, and that was checking to see if self switches were on or off. Absolutely horrible. I'm like, you can't actually check and see. Like, there's nowhere in this menu to check and see if a self switch is on or off. So I was like, there's gotta be a way. There absolutely has to be a way. And there is. So if you press F8, it will pull up the developer tools, right? And it'll, you know, tell you your elements, you got a console and all that fun stuff. So you can be like a console.log and you can be like, hello, and it'll, you put that in quotations, it'll be like console.log, hello, and it'll be like, hello, it'll say hello to you. You can be like, hello to you too. But there's a little something, a little secret in here that you can use. So let me make this big again so you can actually see what's going on here. So right here, developer tools. So let's say, for example, if you wanted to check and see if a certain self switch was on for a specific variable, for a specific event in a specific map, all you need to do, and I'm just going to paste this because I cannot remember it off the top of my head. All you need to do is type console.log and then in parentheses, the game self switches.value 3. So this is the map ID. So this would be map 3 event 1A. And it will tell you if it is true or false. So if I hit enter, it is false. And there we go. And you can change that for anything. So if you're like, oh, it needed to be actually on map ID 6 and it needed to be event 4 and it needed to be self switch D. You can be like, what about that one? Still false, because the chances of something on map 6, event 4, self switch D being on right now, very low. Anyway, so yeah, if you ever wanted to in RPG Maker check to see if a specific event's self switch is on, you can do the console.log command, put in that JavaScript function right there, the game self switches.value 64D, and it'll tell you if it is true or false. So hopefully that helps, and yeah, happy RPG making. I know I literally just like did an outro there like I was actually making a video, but like I said, I'm gonna make an actual video on that, so hopefully it'll be good for people and things. Anyway, all right. So moving on, let's full screen this, full screen that, and let's come over here. So we are not gonna make the cancel button like Loki has dared me, and I will absolutely not be doing that right now. Mutation Ivory says, ooh, fun fact, I once put print this in and not console.log this. It happens. It happens. It does not do the same thing. It really does not. It absolutely does not. But at least you knew. You knew to switch it up. So there you go. Not bad at all. Jerry says, RPG Maker tutorial through shorts. I like it. You could start each stream with a quick tutorial and clip it later. No cancel button. Easy. Infinite rerolls that cost health. There we go. Absolutely. And Control says, I'll also tell you if it's true or false. Don't even need to give me the JavaScript. Results may vary. I mean, you technically do have a 50-50 chance. If I was just like, Control, is it true or false? And you said, it's true. 50-50 shot. Could be true. Could be false. Never really know. And if I didn't know how to actually go back and check it, I wouldn't know if you were right or wrong. There we go. But yeah, I have thought about maybe in like the beginning of each of my streams, just like doing a really quick tutorial on RPG Maker. And then yeah, eventually turning that into something. I don't know. I feel like I should probably start some kind of RPG Maker tutorial series where maybe like once a week I'll upload like not quite like a full length video of like, 10 minutes or something like that, but maybe like a 2 to 3 minute video of just something small, something simple, but something that maybe someone doesn't really know how to do, like something a little bit more JavaScript intensive, right? Like actually being able to pick up a picture. Here's the thing, like you can do something like this, like these buttons with zero extra plugins. Like this can literally just be raw JavaScript running. And then, same thing with like being able to pick up dice. This is not necessarily an RPG Maker usual thing. It's like picking up a picture and like having it snap back into positions and moving it around and all that fun stuff. So it's like, little tutorial, be like, this is how I do it. I'm, whatever. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. We will see. Okay. Well, since we're not doing the cancel button now because I am a man of my word and I will not go against my dare. Thank you, Loki. I appreciate that dare. We're going to jump in here. We're going to see the next thing on the list, which is making the re-rolls work. If I could actually say the word re-roll, then we can actually get started. Oh my goodness, we got our stream boo chat. We've got our stream boo chat, everybody. There we go. Ooh, can't really see it. There we go, right there. Good old stream boo. Go to streamboo.com. Remove the space. The things they do to get around stuff and things, and yeah. Well, oh my gosh, the account was created May 4th. I'm surprised their account has lasted this long. Suspicious user, ban evasion, restricted, block. Good times. Good times. Well, it's fun while it lasted. Oh, let's see here. Wait a minute, Mutation Ivory, you have pizza? I hope you brought enough to share with the rest of the class. I want pizza. Actually, I literally had pizza for dinner. But I still want more. I want more pizza. So please. Extra cheese. It's the best kind of pizza. All right. Potentially controversial opinion here. I think that Costco's cheese pizza is better than their pepperoni pizza. I don't know what it is. It is just so good. Like, yeah. They put on like the perfect amount of cheese to where it's like, it's just enough to feel like it's extra cheese, but not so much to where the point where you're just like, this is too much cheese. Maybe it's the kind of cheese they use. It's probably whatever chemicals is in the cheese that they use. It is just so good. I just love it. Love Costco cheese pizza. So good. Anywhere else, I would never get just a cheese pizza. Any other place that I get pizza, it's always got to be pepperoni. It's got to have mushrooms, olives, sausage, green peppers, anything and everything like that. Except for pineapple. You never put pineapple on a pizza. That basically makes it a salad. I wouldn't put pineapple on a salad either. Just eat pineapple plain. Don't put it on things. Anyway, that is beside the point. Anywhere else, if I were like Pizza Hut, Little Caesars, anywhere like any local pizza chain, I would never get just a regular cheese pizza, right? Like you gotta have something else. But Costco cheese pizza, I don't know what it is. It's different in a really good way. Really good way. Let's see. Jerry says their pepperoni is made from people. That's why. Oh, that would make sense. That's probably why it leaves a weird taste in my mouth. It's good, but it leaves a weird taste in my mouth. Try bacon, jalapeno, pineapple. I will try all of those except for the last ingredient. I will more than happily try a bacon jalapeno pizza. Pineapple? Can't do it. I think it's because when I was like 10, we got a pizza, and there's like 2 people in my family growing up that liked pineapple on their pizza. We got a pizza where it was half and half. Half was ham, the other half was ham and pineapple. And I thought that I'd grabbed a slice without pineapple. I did, but it had one little piece of pineapple under the cheese. And I don't know what it was. Like, I can't do sweet and savory. I just can't. And maybe it's because it's when I was a little kid. But yeah, I bit into that pizza and there was a piece of pineapple. I threw up. I actually threw up. And I think that's what scarred me. I'm sure that if I tried it now, it probably wouldn't be as bad. But I don't know. Can't do it anymore. Cannot do it. Mutation Ivory says, weirdest thing I've had on a pizza, corn, potatoes, This was from Domino's Japan. That is kind of weird. There's a couple pizza places near my house where like you can make your own pizza. It's almost like a Subway, but for pizzas. And they do have corn. They also, I don't know if they have potatoes, but they do have corn. And every time I'm just like, who's putting corn on their pizza? I would like to meet them and ban them from ever having pizza again. I don't know, maybe it's good. Maybe it's good and maybe I'm just a hater. Maybe I'm just a corn hater. But call me old fashioned. I like me a pepperoni, cheese. You know, that's usually my go-to. Olives. Anyway, you'd ban me from pizza? Wait, you liked the corn on the pizza? Just don't let me see you eating it. And then I'll allow it. It'll be fine. Jerry says, you were traumatized by pineapple. It's okay. There's a therapy song for that. It's called PPAP. Pen, pineapple, apple pen. No, the song is terrible. But it's true, I was traumatized by the pineapple. I love pineapple, don't get me wrong. I will eat pineapple all day, every day, until my tongue and mouth get full of canker sores. But other than that, I love it. Just not on pizza. Or in salad. Don't put it on a salad either. And don't grill it. I don't know what it is about grilled pineapple that everyone's like, this is so good. It's not. You're lying to yourself. It is not good. But again, I am a hater of sweet and savory, so I don't. What do I know? What do I know? Mutation Ivory says, yeah, actually, it was pretty good. It had barbecue sauce, too. All right. Never mind. I take back what I said. You are banned from pizza. The only other sauce you can put on a pizza that is not marinara sauce is if you have a chicken bacon ranch pizza. That's the only other time you can put something other than marinara is on a chicken bacon ranch. Anything else is wrong. I said it, and I'm standing by it. Pineapple does indeed eat you as you eat it. It's true. It eats back. It's like, you're gonna eat me? I'll see what I can do. Chicken Alfredo pizza. I've never actually had chicken Alfredo pizza. That actually kind of sounds good. It almost sounds like you would just be eating chicken Alfredo with a breadstick. Might have to try that. Actually sounds pretty good. Or salted caramel. Who's putting salted caramel? Wait. I feel the same way about salted chocolate. I can't stand it. Wait, like salted chocolates? Like little pieces of chocolate with like sea salt sprinkled on it? I don't know. Actually, speaking of salted things, if you've never tried salted watermelon, that is actually really good. Like you take a piece of watermelon, sprinkle a little bit of salt on it, take a bite. Oh, makes it so good. Autumn underscore says, I'm not the biggest fan of sweet and savory unless under specific circumstances. Charcuterie boards. I mean, yeah, I don't usually combine it. It's the weirdest thing. Like I could literally eat something sweet, take a few bites, and then put something savory in my mouth and I'm fine. But for some reason, when it's like at the same time, I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand my taste buds. They're weird. I went to Hawaii at the end of the year and it was completely sweet and didn't have acidity. Wait. I went to Hawaii at the end of the year and it was completely sweet and didn't have acidity. Yet yummy. Oh, pineapple. I was like, is it a well-known fact that Hawaii is acidic? You meant pineapple. Fresh Hawaiian pineapple. Okay, that makes more sense. Maybe it's just the way that we grow them here. I don't know. I swore on stream, that's how much you know I love charcuterie boards. That's true. Autumn underscore is over here making this a PG-13 rated stream. Can't believe you. The pineapple was sweet, of course. Not referring to Hawaii. Well, I'm sure it was sweet. Hawaii was. Not to the taste. I did not eat the islands. I was wondering where that third island went. Fresh Hawaii caught from the ocean. I don't think you can catch Hawaii from the ocean. Pretty set in stone there. All right. All right, here we go. And sea salt chocolate is not my jam. Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. To each their own, I say, as I'm bashing pineapple pizza and other things. Don't tell me what I can and can't catch. Loki, you are more than welcome to catch the Hawaiian Islands. As long as they're fresh, you can catch them. Off topic, but I think my dog is in REM sleep. Is they doing some crazy stuff right now? All right, so let's make the re-roll work. I don't know why I cannot say re-roll. I keep saying we-roll or re-roll. Let's make the re-roll work. And yeah, let's see what goes on from there. So over here. So this is the whole thing. So as you can see here, let me show you. So this is what we got last night, right? So last night I did from here down to here. This is what I did. Everything on the screen right here. This is what we did, not last night, Sunday. This is what we did Sunday. This is everything else that I duplicated. And as you can see, as I'm scrolling past, it is literally the same thing over and over and over again. Just slightly change, I need more caffeine. Just change slightly, you know, different image layers, variables, all that fun stuff. So it was quite literally just copy, paste, change a little bit. Copy, paste, change a little bit. So that's why I did it off stream. I love watching dogs dream and wiggle in their sleep. 50 points away. Ooh, Fairwinkling, you were getting close. Whoa. All right, here we go. So this is you actually being able to pick up the dice and move them. So that's the upper dice, this is the lower dice, yada yada yada. So I think we need to put it over right here in the else handler. Yes. No. No. Showing the text. Dice. Because I must have something where you're hovering over it already. 4, 5, dice 6. Upper dice, lock dice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, there we go. All right, I already have the sections. So we got the reroll dice, and we got the cancel dice. We're not gonna do anything with the cancel dice because I have been dared by Loki to not do the cancel dice right now. So we're gonna do the reroll dice. Here we go. Moonwood Games. Jerry says, at Moonwood Games, ask Loki if he would trade no cancel button for eating a slice of pineapples plus bacon plus jalapeno, a PB&J, or pineapple plus anchovy if they feel like torturing someone. That is absolute torture. Anchovies, I don't care what it's on, what it's with. Never. Yeah, but pineapple, bacon, and jalapeno, probably not gonna happen. Probably not gonna happen. That is one dare I would say no to. Plus, I don't have any pineapple or bacon or jalapeno. Actually, I think we have one jalapeno in the fridge and pickled jalapenos, but I can't do pickled jalapenos. They gotta be fresh. Loki says, next stream, I will dare a pineapple on pizza. No, absolutely not. The dares have to be something that I have, and I will not have a pineapple pizza. I'm not going to preemptively buy a pineapple pizza just to eat it on stream. What will you dare it to do? Are you daring a pineapple pizza? All right, there we go. Dare the pineapple pizza to do something. Wait, you will dare a pineapple on pizza. So you're gonna dare it onto the pizza. That's fair. We'll see if it actually does anything. Okay, let's see here. Let us see here. Break that up just a little bit. Close enough. I will dare it to be ingested by Moonman. Well, it's gonna be really difficult to do because I will not have a pineapple pizza with me. Food idea. Have a normal Italian sub, then hide one jalapeno in it. Among sub. Well, that would work well, except for the fact that I actually like jalapenos, so, you know, it wouldn't be the end of the world for me. Because I like them. As long as they aren't too spicy. I've had a few way too spicy jalapenos, and it has destroyed me. Get the door, it's Domino's. No, absolutely not. Me too, but I am weak to spice. Yeah, that's fair. I always think that I'm good with spice until I get to an Indian restaurant and they're like, how would you like your curry? Would you like it normal, hot, or really hot? And I'm always like, let's go with hot. And I always forget, depending on what type of restaurant you're eating at, hot compared to normal can be vastly different. So if you're ever having curry at an Indian restaurant and they ask if you want hot, just remember, it's going to be very hot. but it's always so good. I always love it. I like jalapeno flavored things, but not particular to jalapenos themselves. That's fair. It has to be a fresh jalapeno for me, honestly. Like, I cannot do pickled. They're like slimy and chewy. But if it's nice and fresh and it's got like a nice crunch to it, it's all right. It's all right. Okay, so the reroll dice. Here we go. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna keep it very basic for now. Very, very, very basic. And basic idea is we are going to do. So we've got the show picture. Oh, we've got the variables here. Okay, so we got variables, the show pictures, and the move pictures. Let's copy all of that. Then we come down here to the reroll dice section right here. Let's get rid of the stuff that we do not need. So we do not need the exit circle. We don't need those guys. We don't need that. The quad out. Yeah, we're going to keep quad out. We can keep those. We got them fancy moving pictures. Yeah, we're going to make it super fancy. So very fancy. The fanciest of the fancies. Mutation Ivory says, yeah, I've had mild curry that burn like the surface of the sun. I think that's maybe just curry in general. I think there's no such thing as a non-spicy curry. Well, depending on, I guess, the kind of curry you get. See, I always get like a chicken curry, but I guess if you got like a coconut curry, it might not be as spicy. I don't know. The curry I always get is always spicy. Worth it, spicy. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We need to say, we need a conditional branch. Because we don't want to, when you re-roll the dice, we do not want to re-roll all of them, because some of them you may have like locked into place by putting them up in the sigil. We need to say conditional branch. If the variable, let's come down here to variable, whatever it is. Yeah, there we go, the actual. So we got rolled. If rolled is equal to 0, that means you've picked it up, you've moved it, it no longer has a value. So if you are not equal to 0, then you want to actually do a thing. So if you're not equal to 0, we're then going to say set rolled to a random number between 1 and 6. Rolls a new dice. Cool. Let's do this just to make it more simple. Because why not? We'll use a little bit of JavaScript just to make it a little bit more simple. So we're going to say if game variables dot value, and I cannot remember the variable value, so which one was it? It was 526. Oh my goodness! Fair Weakling! Name of the credits!
Just turned their way into the credits of Tomb of Versilius.
Not bad. Not bad at all. That is absolutely fantastic. Oof. 10,000 channel mana. Very nice. Very nice. All right. Here we go. Throwing you in here. And again, if at any point in time, anyone that has redeemed this does not want their name in here as their username, if you want a different name, if you want like your actual name, like whatever it is, let me know. I can always come in here and change it. But for now, Fair Winkling, you are going to be in the credits. Still have no idea if we're going to do like a stream surveyor or a Twitch channel point producer, which is the TCPP. But maybe we'll figure it out. But he will be in there. And yeah, it's going to be an absolutely fantastic time. So thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. There we go. Okay. So let's come back over to here. Jerry says, how do people get their names in the credits? So right now over on Twitch, I have you've got like the channel points, right? And so one of them is you can redeem 10,000 channel points to get your name in the credits. I may also add, so here's the thing, right? I may add a different way for you to get your name in the credits, especially over on YouTube. I don't know how I'm going to do it yet. I may do something. I may also add another thing on Twitch, maybe do like if you do like a one-time, like, I don't know, like if you gift a couple subs or if you like donate X amount of bits or something like that, you can also get your name in the credits. But so I may do something like that over on YouTube because I don't think the YouTube will ever have anything like channel points or anything like that. I don't know. But yeah, so right now it's just over on Twitch currently, but I'm hoping to be able to do something like that over on YouTube as well. So don't feel like you have to go over to Twitch just to get channel points, just to get your name in the credits. I will figure something out over on YouTube. So, and don't worry, there's also going to be plenty of time to have it all work out, because we've got a long way to go before this game is finished. So do not worry, it can happen. Here it says, I think there's some kind of tip function for YouTube. Can there be one of your name? Wait. Can there be one if your name is Jerry? Jerry. So actually, I will be able to start doing tips hopefully soon on YouTube. I am getting close. I'm getting close to being able to reach that first like monetization tier. Because both platforms have like 2 tiers for monetization. You've got the one where you can do like channel points and basically kind of how like the Twitch subs work, where you can have like the paid memberships. And then there's the tier 2 where you can like start doing ads and things like that. So, but for the first tier where I can actually have like not channel points, like one-time like super chats, those types of things, I'm getting close. So once we get there, then I will probably do something like that where it's like, hey, if you want to do this thing, then great, you'll be in the credits. So we'll see. But yeah, I'll figure it out. We'll get something worked out. So everyone over on YouTube, if you're interested, can also get your name in the credits. Let's see here. Okay, shield added, and now we are done. There we go, Loki. Absolutely fantastic. Fair, I was just about to say, I was patiently awaiting that. Me too. I knew you were close. Now don't bother me again. All right, Loki, I will not. No more bothering. And 2 seconds after I started typing, I saw that in chat. Update mine to Moon Man's favorite chatter. We'll see what we can do there. Maybe. Join us on Twitch, you cowards. I mean, yeah, if you wanted to join on Twitch, if you wanted to, absolutely you can. Let's see what else we got here. Autumn __ says, Moonman stream number 4 of asking for modding for 25 bits. Maybe I should add that. Just a nice 25k bits. I'll do 25k bits. If you want to be a mod, buy your way in. I know you were probably meaning channel points, but I will 100% do bits. If you want to donate 25,000 bits, I will let you be a mod for 25,000 bits there, Autumn __ affiliate and then partner, I believe. Yes, exactly. Yep. Yeah, the 2 tiers there. So we'll see. We will see. Let's see. Lee Lanix? Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Says, hey yo, I'm excited that I found another RPG Maker dev. I wish you the best of luck with your game, and I'm definitely going to follow your project. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let me know if I got even close to pronouncing your name right. If not, I will just call you Lanix. Probably for the best anyway. Lanix. That's what I'm thinking. Lanix? Leolanix? Leolanix? Like Leel. That just reminds me of SpongeBob. Lee. For anyone that knows SpongeBob. Specifically Patrick. It's probably like my favorite bit of SpongeBob is the ghost ship.
Axel _Benedict cheered 5 bits. He'll get to mod eventually then.
That's true. You will get to 25k eventually. Also, Axel, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Glad you're here. It's Laylanix. I hope I'm still maybe pronouncing that right. Laylanix. I'm just gonna call you Linux. I'm so bad with names. I apologize. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yes. Hopefully the project will go well. Yes. Are you also another RPG Maker dev? I'm assuming so, since you said I found another RPG Maker dev. I'm assuming you are also a dev, and not just meaning like you found another dev. We'll see. We will see. All right, so here we go. Back to the JavaScript function here. So we want to say if the game variables dot value, this is going to be a variable 526. If 526 is not equal to 0. Crap. Hold up now. Just want to make sure I'm doing this right. You would think by this point, out of all of the freaking... Okay, that's what I'm missing. Okay. So if you are not equal to 0.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. In playing Split Fiction, it's so good.
I really want to play Split Fiction. It looks like an absolute blast. Which is crazy because I had not heard about that game at all until it got released, and I saw other people playing it, and I'm like, that looks like a lot of fun. One of these days I will. One of these days. Autumn__ says, I'm Autumn the Resident Cool Person and mod on probation. Very nice to meet you. Also, hi Alex. Axel. And Furring says, another RPG Maker dev for my collection. Oh, sorry, I probably should have said it like, another RPG Maker dev for my collection. That was supposed to be General Grievous. I apologize for that absolutely horrible voice. I'm not going to try that again. Like the RPG Maker devs, like their Exodia. Our next platinum. That's going to be a crazy one to platinum. That would be really nice. Very nice. Let's see. Linux says, when did you start this game? Is it your first RPG Maker project? So I started this back in December of last year. So it's been about 5 months now ish. But yeah, so it is just for a really quick recap for you. So it is a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG. So yeah, but I don't know, it's been fun. I started it off stream. I say off stream. I wasn't streaming at all when I first started it, so I wasn't doing it off stream. I was just making the game. And then after a couple weeks, I was like, I'm just gonna start streaming this. I've always wanted to stream game dev, so I might as well do it. And so I started streaming it, and now we're to this point. So we'll do new game, yada yada yada, and yeah. So this is the game right here.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Just got the platinum.
That is impressive. Very nice. Congratulations. But yeah. So right now the biggest things with the project that have taken the most amount of time is it is randomly generated. And so, yeah, so it's randomly generated. So the tomb layout is different every single time. So you got your mini map. You can't see that. Let me hide that really quick. Sorry, chat. So you got the mini map right here, and yeah, so it's randomly generated every single time. So you got a new layout. That is one of the big things. I try to make it not look like an RPG Maker game. So obviously, you know, it's all very different. But probably one of the bigger differentiating things that, I don't know, people seem to think will be fun is the fact that it is played, so the combat system is Blackjack. So let me re-enable the monsters really quick, and we'll do new game, yada yada yada, and we will go find a monster. So yeah, so to battle the monsters, you play Blackjack against them. So whatever they draw is their armor class, and then whatever you draw, as long as you draw over their armor class, then you're able to attack them. So since I got a 20 and they have a 20, I made it so the player wins draws, so I can attack, and there we go. Bam, bam. And yeah, so you play Blackjack against them, and so long as you don't bust, then you don't get attacked, but if you do bust, then they attack you, and yada, yada, yada. So anyway, so that is the project we've got right now. It is always very sad to me when like I explain the key parts, because I'm just like, oh, this is what it's doing. And then like, it sounds like so little, even though it's been like 5 months that I've been working on this. But there's a lot of stuff going on, so, you know. Anyway, so all of that to say that is my project, that's what's going on, and yeah, it's a good time. I love it. I mean, there's a reason that I keep streaming it. I'm having a good time. And hopefully everyone else is having a good time watching as well. Let's see, what do we got here? Jerry says, let's see, oh, he's done others. Oh, yeah. Also, yes, to answer your question. As far as finished projects, I have a couple other finished. Yeah, I have a couple finished projects, and I have about 997 unfinished projects that are just scattered across different flash drives and old hard drives that I just never finished, so, you know. It's a good time. It is a great time. But yes, I actually did just finish the oh my gosh, the RPG Maker Game Jam. So the one that just happened over on itch.io last month. I did submit a project to that, so that was a lot of fun. We just took a couple weeks and made that, so it's fun to work on that. And yeah, let's see, what else? Jerry's saying, if you know some random dude, he's like that good. I don't know about that. And some random dude even gave him props for how good he is. That is true. which was very much so an honor. Definitely not as good as some random. I guess they go by some random dev now, which I feel like probably is a little bit more fitting. But yeah, so some random dev, yeah, absolutely fantastic. Love some random dev, and yeah, love the plugins. Yes, I'm actually using a couple of some random devs plugins. So if I come in here, you will see any of the like on-screen text, so like this stuff here, the level, the player's name, you know, all of this, since it's like dynamic text that's changing. That is all the some random dude. I guess you can still call it the some random dude HUD maker, because that's when they made it, was still some random dude. And yeah, so all of like the battle HUD elements, that's all the plugin. So anyway, yeah, good times.
Axel
Good times.
_ Benedict cheered 5
Oh
bits.
my goodness.
Oh, since I wasn't here for it, here's a late Axel Benedict Sourly fun facts. Australia, by length, is wider than the full width of the moon.
Hold up now. Australia is about 2,500 miles wide. Now, that's the diameter. 2,159 miles. 2,500 miles. Holy crap.
Axel _ Benedict cheered 5 bits. Did you just Google google.com on google.com?
I did not Google google.com, because if I do something here like width of Australia. Oh wait, I did switch it to Google. Never mind. Usually it's on Bing, and I forgot that I finally got so sick of it that I went in and changed the default search bar. So yes, technically I did Google google.com, and then I Googled something on google.com. That is because I was so used to this defaulting to Bing that I was going to avoid it, and then I... Don't judge me! I forgot that I changed the default search engine. Don't judge me. Anyway, that is crazy. That is crazy, Axel. I had absolutely no idea. You can see the moon over Australia on the Australia search. What? Anyway, here we go. Finishing project. I don't know, we're allowed to do that. You're not usually allowed to. You're not usually allowed to finish a project. You start it, you get some of the way through, and then you finish. But you don't finish. You leave it behind. That's what we're moving on. There goes that joke. Only one miss so far, not too bad. Oh no, what did I miss? Collecting RPG Maker devs like they're collecting. Wait. I didn't miss that one. Your name is too close to Loki. You will be ignored. See, there we go. I like how the message of you calling out that I would ignore you if your name is too close to Loki is the one that I accidentally ignored. I'm so sorry, Loki. I didn't mean to. Let's see. I don't know. I don't see Jerry. I won't chat without need. All right. Let's see here. Over on YouTube, we've got... let's see. Some random dudes. Awesome. Absolutely. Like and subscribe. Absolutely. Yes. Like and subscribe.
_ Benedict cheered 5 bits. I hath become Fox.
Let's see. Lennox says, dude, that's insane. POS. You just call me a POS. Thank you. I appreciate that, though. And I'm joining your server. Oh, good. Well, we are glad to have you. Welcome. Glad you're here. And yeah, it's just in case you didn't know, definitely the community we are cultivating here is a community of creatives. Not necessarily that you have to be a creative, but I feel like everyone is creative in some way, shape, or form. And so, yeah, the community is all very... I'm trying to think of the right word. We all help each other learn and grow. We build off of each other, and hopefully you will enjoy your time here. It's a tone tag. Oh, pause. Okay. That makes sense. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Jay Goka, Jay Goka says, my SN on Twitch is jgoka here. Oh, this is Jerry, by the way. That makes so much more sense. Don't forget your free fab assets. Oh, yes, that's right. Do not forget. Go get your free fab assets. Yeah, you'll be able to one day have enough to make a full game. And Autumn__ says, Jerry. Exactly. All right. Okay, so we're gonna get back to work. So anyone who's joining now, I promise we actually do dev work here. This is not just chatting. I swear. Gray Winkling says, learn? I specifically take off my thinking cap when you go live. I'm gonna take that as a compliment. Yes, it's a compliment, absolutely.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Well, in that case, I guess I have no choice. Here goes nothing. Jerry.
Oh, that's it. I always love that chant. I always love it. All right, here we go. Control says it's only about 80% chatting. Exactly, yes. 20% actual game dev, the rest of it's just chatting. Yeah. But it's hard to put that into words in the video description, so I just pretend like it's game dev, and then we just chat and hang out the whole time. It's a good time. The chatting is usually on theme, though. That's true. We very rarely get off too much. It's usually still somewhat related to actual game dev stuff. Sometimes. Other times, not so much. All right, so if game variables value 526 is not equal to 0, so that is basically replacing this thing right here, the if statement for RPG Maker. We're just saying, if it is not equal to 0, then we're going to say is, we're going to do a open and closing curly bracket. This is the actual function. So if you don't know JavaScript very well, I'm going to explain this really quick. So you got if. That starts the declaration of the if statement. And then anything in these parentheses is the condition. So we're just saying if the game variables.value 526 is not equal to 0.
Benedict cheered 5 bits. 80% chatting, 15% gamed dev, 4% chat distracting you, and 1% my throwing nickels at you.
And I very much so appreciate the nickels. Thank you, Axel. Let's see. Jerry says, yeah, sometimes we talk about how much people who like pineapple on their pizza are monsters. That's true. We do talk about that. I'm definitely a monster. Can concur. All right. So this is the actual condition. And then in here is the actual, the execution, the what you want it to do. I'm trying to think of what the actual term would be. The action. Whatever it would be. So this is what you actually want it to do. So what we want it to do is we want it to re-roll and we want it to set a random variable. I'm absolutely horrible at remembering. So let's see here. I like how I'm over here teaching how to do JavaScript and then I'm like having to just Google it every single freaking time. That's right. That's right. Okay, so over here, we're then going to say we want to then set. Here we go. So we want to set. So we go do game variables dot set value, not value. Set value of variable 526. 526. Sometimes I just absolutely hate the script window with RPG Maker. Like I just widen it, make it a little bit wider. I don't know why it is so narrow. Very frustrating. Anyway, so we want to set game variables 526 to equal a random number. So math.floor, math random to, so times 10 will be a random number between 0 and 9. What we want to do is say random number between, that's 0 and 5. And then plus 1. So this will be a random number between 1 and 6. There we go. Perfect. Jerry says, it's fine that you Google things. It makes us feel like we're not alone when we hit walls when trying to figure out how to implement a stupid conveyor belt. There's nothing wrong with Googling things. If you ever run into issues, no shame in Googling things. Not at all. Also, I need to actually show you the conveyor belt. I do have that. We're going to pull that up right as soon as we're done with this, Jerry. And Lennox says, well, I gotta go to bed now, but I wish you a wonderful night. I hope to be active in your server and talk to y'all. Well, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for joining the server. I appreciate it. Hopefully you have a fantastic evening, and maybe, hopefully, we'll see you on the next stream in 2 days. Hopefully. We'll see. Anyway, good night. All right, so there we go. So this should set this variable to a random number between 1 and 6. Cool. So that does that. That's not what I want. That's what I want. Now, the reason why I'm doing it this way is because, essentially, what this one line of JavaScript is doing is the equivalent of these 4 lines of stuff here, right? Which is fine. You know, you see that and you're like, okay, 4 lines, whatever. But when you duplicate that 6 more times, that's a lot. That's a lot. There's a lot of stuff going on there. Versus if I duplicate this 6 times, that's how much I would need versus that much. So it just makes it cleaner, makes it look a little bit better. So that's why I'm doing it this way. All right, so here we go. Let's do all of that. And then basically what we're gonna do is we want to flash the screen white for, I don't know, 240 frames. Yeah. That way we can actually see if it's, you know, setting a random variable. Because I hope I did it right. Hopefully I did it right. Fingers crossed. So here's how we're going to test this. Let's come over here. Let's find the exit room really quick. So 39. Let's go find room 39. Go, we click on this, come in, examine the symbol. There we go. So right now it is equal to 5. We do not want it to be, okay, I was thinking I needed to move it off of there, but we do not want to do that. We want to leave that here because it's equal to 5. Let's come down here and find the correct variable. So come down to rolled. It's equal to 5.
Axel _ Benedict Jade 5 bits. My maths teacher once said, you need to learn math on paper as you won't have calculators on you every day. I kept one in my backpack every day just to prove her wrong. I am that petty.
Well, and now you carry a calculator with you everywhere you go, and also a link to quite literally anything and everything you could ever want to know about anything since the beginning of time. So, you know, good times. Like, it's crazy to think about. You have a literal encyclopedia to the entire history of mankind in your pocket, basically at all times. And nowadays, for the past few years, you've basically had an AI companion with you. Yeah. And most of the times you don't even need to have an app. Like, you can just open up a web browser and go to ChatGPT or open up Grok or any of the other number of AI platforms, and you can just chat with it, ask it questions, learn things. It's crazy. It's absolutely nuts. All right, so it is equal to 5. Let's check this really quick. So if I come in here, and if I do re-roll, if I let go, why is it not doing the thing? Re-roll. Wait, what? Lock re-rolls. Oh, that's my bad. I forgot that I already added this conditional branch here for lock re-rolls. So basically making it so that I can have a certain amount of rolls you can do. And I forgot that I already added that. So here's what I need to do. I need to come over here. So lock rerolls is a variable 86. So if I come over to here, full screen that. Variable 86. We need to set that to 1 above 0. Lock rerolls, set that to 1. Sure. And then we come back down here. We find the D6 rolled is equal to 5. Okay. So if we click this, it should flash. That's equal to 2. There we go. Absolutely fantastic. So it is actually setting a new value. We also need to check the if statement really quick. Let's come in here. So the if statement, the other part of the if statement we are checking for, just to make sure it's actually working correctly. You never know with the JavaScript that I do. You never know. I completely forgot that I turned monsters back on. Let's turn those things back off. Because going through the dungeon, trying to do all that stuff, not great. Makes things take a lot longer. New, yes, here we go. Variable 36, room 45. There we go. That was easy. Examine the symbol. Okay, can I put dice number 4? Yes, I can. So right now, variable 5 whatever is equal to 4. If I pick this up and put it over here on a 4, it should now be equal to 0, which it is. Dice rerolled, I know you can't see those numbers very well because of the chat, but it's equal to 0, trust me. Then if I do reroll, it's not going to do anything because I forgot. I do not have any rerolls remaining. Let's come over to here. Go, set the rerolls to 1. We scroll back down. Whew. And D6 rolled is still equal to 0. Then if I do this, it'll flash. So rerolled, still equal to 0. Okay, so basically what we have done here is we now can say, if you have picked up the dice, do not reroll that dice. If you haven't though, reroll the dice. Awesome. Which means we can just take this, duplicate it, come down here. We will set this to if 527 is not equal to 0, then set variable 527 to be a random number between 1 and 6, and so on and so forth. So 527, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is 7. Come over here all the way to the end. Home. Okay, so that is 528, 9, 30, and 531. 6, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Okay. Here, say 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31. Cool. All right, so we get rid of that. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. Okay, so then we are showing images 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. I kind of want to have it like go down the line, right? Yeah, let's do that. Let's have it go down the line. Let's see, Loki posted a video. What do we got here? What do we got here? New Day Shame. What? New Day Shame. What is this? What is going on here? Let's give that a pause. Let's see what's going on here. We pull up the desktop audio. Let's pull down the media player and let's hit play.
Shame him! Shame! Shame him! Shame! Shame! Wait.
No shame. There's no shame. No shaming in here. Absolutely no shaming. Oh, Loki. Loki. All right. Control says big difference between Googling syntax or vernacular. Shoot, I had ChatGPT find a race condition for me the other day. Yeah, see that? Yeah, it's not too bad. Not a bad thing. Oh, I meant big difference between looking that up and not understanding concepts. That is, okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Don't feel like less of a dev because I don't remember all the API commands for something as long as I know I can use them basically. That's true. And see, and that's the thing is like, I understand how this should go. There's just like little bits that I'm like, I can't remember what needs to go in parentheses, what doesn't, what needs to go in square brackets, what needs to go in curly brackets. And so I'm just like, I need to look it up, make sure I'm doing it correctly. Otherwise it's just a bunch of trial and error and nobody wants to sit through that. Axel says, I was playing Marvel Rivals and got a hexa-kill. It was amazing. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Squirrel Girl. Of course. Of course. Oh, wait, Jerry. Are you still here? If you are here, we're going to do the conveyor belt really quick. Only if you're here, though. I don't want to do it without you, because that would be sad. We did that. All right. Next up, we need to actually change the images as we do that. Yep, still here. All right, cool. Well, then I'm going to show you the very janky. We're going to take a really quick break. I'm going to show everyone how you can make very, very janky conveyor belts in RPG Maker. So let's come over here. I'm going to pull, not you, I'm going to pull this other one up over here. Let's pull up the conveyor belt project. All right, so this one I made in RPG Maker MZ. I don't know why, but I did. So here we go. Pull this up. So let's get this pulled up. Yada, yada, yada. There we go. That's the button I wanted. All right, so here we go. This is RPG Maker MZ. So I made a conveyor belt, right? As you can see here, they're moving, yada, yada, yada. And so essentially what you can do is you can walk up and it will move you across. But as you can see, there's like a very slight like skip in the movement. And it is so frustrating because like, as far as I can tell, there's no way to get rid of that. So here we go again. So it like adds just like this little pause, like a half a second, not even a half a second, like just an eighth of a second pause as you're moving. But it does like move you along, yada, yada, yada. But that's just like you actually moving across it, and you can kind of set that up however you would want. But if you are on the conveyor belt, you know, you'll come over here, you'll start moving along. But then if you can start going this way and you'll move along slowly. And then if you move the other way, you will move along quickly. And yeah, that's the conveyor belt. So that is what I've got going on here. You can step off and yada, yada, yada. So that is what I've got. That is the janky conveyor belt that I have working in RPG Maker. The fact that you can't just make a conveyor belt in RPG Maker, not great. It's not great, but oh well. Can you event signal? I'm assuming you're meaning single. Can you event single frame changes? So basically, let me show you what I got going on here. Also, Robbie says, hey, welcome, Robbie. Glad you're here. How's your day going? How's your week going so far? Jerry says, wow, congrats. That's awesome. May I see the script real quick, please? Absolutely. Yes. I'm gonna have to remember which one of these. So all of these are just events. So this is just the conveyor belt that I made that's just going along. So basically, here's how this works. So in here, you got the regions. So you got region 1, region 2, and region 1. So you'd have the 4 different regions depending on the direction of your conveyor belt. And then I believe, so that one's just the action button. This is a parallel process. Here we go. So, Control says, no, I mean like emit a signal of some sort. But yes, for individual frame changes in the conveyor belt sprite. Can the event signal frame changes? I'm gonna say no. I'm not 100% what you're meaning, unfortunately. The event signal frame changes. Emit a signal of some sort, but yes, for individual frames, frame changes in the conveyor belt sprite. So basically, so the conveyor belts are events, right? So the conveyor belts are events, but they're only events because they're animated. I probably could just, so you could make them events. If you wanted to, you could convert them into like auto tiles, like they're animated, but the events themselves are doing nothing. So like they are just animating themselves. So they're just turning, rotate, you know, they're just rotating 360 degrees to then change the animation frames. So that's all they're doing. That's all they're there for. So when current images does not equal previous tile, apply force to player. So that, no, unfortunately not. So RPG Maker does not have any kind of force at all. Not at all. Yeah, it kind of sucks, unfortunately. But yeah, so with RPG Maker, the way that you have to do this, so I literally only have the right direction conveyor belt working, and this is everything you need for that. So let me break it down really quick. So you got this first section right here. So basically at the very beginning, so this is a parallel process that's just constantly running. So this is checking, and it's setting the variable number 1 to the, I just have it named player region ID, and it is grabbing the game player.region ID. So it's just grabbing whatever region you are in. Thus having the regions here. You got region 1, region 2, region 1. So basically region 1 is conveyor belts that are moving right. Region 2 are conveyor belts moving down, and then you'd have 3 and 4 for left and right. But then, so if we come over here, so if you are equal to region ID 1, so you are on the right moving conveyor belt, that is everything in here. All of this is if you are on region number 1. So this is you moving right. So we've got a label, moving right, idle. So this is basically the player just moving along the conveyor belt to the right, idly, you're not doing anything. It will change the, it turns off your walking animation, turns on direction fix, sets your speed to 3, and then it loops this, which is then basically grabbing your ID again, just to make sure you're still on the conveyor belt. And then if you are not equal to 1, it changes all this stuff, yada, yada, yada. This basically just sets you back to the correct movement speed if you ever are on the conveyor belt and you get off the conveyor belt. And then you've got the moving right idle. So if the up button is pressed, then jump to moving up. If the down button is pressed, move to moving down, jump to moving down. There's a lot of very weird convoluted stuff going on in here, unfortunately. I might be able to like upload this project for you. You know, if you wanted to look through it yourself, Jerry, but I'm just gonna like quickly kind of go through and show you what I've got going on. But anyway, so if you're pressing these buttons, do these things. If not, move the player to the right, just one. This is you just moving along. And then if you press the left button, so if you're trying to go against the conveyor belt, then basically what it does is it turns on your walking animation, turns off direction fixed, set your speed to 2 because you're going against the conveyor belts. The conveyor belt's, you know, working against you, so you're going to move a little bit slower. And then it jumps to moving left. And then if the right button is pressed, it will then change your speed to 5 because you're moving with the conveyor belt, so it's going to speed you up. And then it jumps to moving right. So then you've got the moving left. This is a walking animation. So then basically the exact same thing again. Moving left, grabs your variable, your region ID to make sure you're still on the conveyor belt. And as long as you are on it, change your speed to 4, yada, yada, yada. If left is still being pressed, move the player to the left. If the right button is being pressed, it changes your movement speed back up to 5 because you're going to be moving with the conveyor belt, jumps to moving right. It's just an absolute freaking nightmare to like actually get it to where when you press the buttons, it actually changes based on what you're doing. And yada, yada. So most of this stuff is setting your movement speed, changing if you have a stepping animation or not. Yeah, it's, again, and we kind of talked about this like a week or so ago when we were talking about the conveyor belts. Making conveyor belts in RPG Maker should not be this hard, but it is. Just because the way the movement all works with RPG Maker, not great. Like you can't apply force to player characters. Like you can't change things like this. It is literally just, yeah, like you can't take any of that into account dynamically. It all has to be very strictly input. And so maybe with a plugin of some kind, you could maybe change the way the movement works with players, and maybe you can get it to work. But if you're just purely eventing, which I don't know how to really create a plugin, so all of it just has to be eventing. So yeah, so a lot of this is just changing movement speeds, changing if you are have a direction fix, if you are, you know, anything and everything like that. And then very little of it is actually moving. So like, this is you moving to the right. And that is the only one. Everything else in here is just changing movement speed, walk patterns, all that fun stuff. Then if you're pressing up, then it changes movement speeds based on other things. Then here's the actual moving up, so it moves you up and to the right. And then if you are moving down, it will move you down and to the right. And yeah, that is everything you would need for the one conveyor belt. This is just the conveyor belt moving to the right. You would then have to duplicate this 3 more times to get down, left, and up. So yeah, a lot of work, lot of stuff going in here. But yeah, unfortunately with RPG Maker, and I tried this in both MZ and MV just to see if the movement patterns were any different at all. It's not at all. You have to wait for this movement route to complete, or else you will not, because each one of these takes 1 frame of animation, right? So changing the walking animation, changing if your direction fixed on or off, and changing your movement speed. And if you do not wait for all 3 frames, then it just doesn't finish this, and then either your movement speed doesn't change or something like that. So they all have to wait for completion. But unfortunately, if you wait for completion, there's like that one frame where you then kind of get that janky look to it. Now, to be fair, the janky look is literally just when you are getting on or off the conveyor belt. So if you just get on, it's fine. Like, there's a little bit of a delay from like when I press the button. So, because it all depends, because RPG Maker is grid-based movement. So if I stop holding down the left key, there's like that slight delay. And then if I press the left key right now, it has to wait until it makes it to the next block over, and then it'll start actually accounting for your movement. So it's a little janky. 100%, it is a little bit janky, but you know, this is probably, eventing wise, probably the best you could get out of doing conveyor belt. And then, you know, and then if you're moving off, and then it kind of is a little janky there, but anyway, that's what I've got for you. So yeah, I can definitely upload this and just share a link with you, Jerry, if you would like to examine it, see what's going on here, and then if you needed to kind of like watch back through this to see how it's all working. Anyway, yeah. So that is what I've got for the conveyor belts. Not great, but it is technically possible. Something that I have not experimented with though, because I don't have a whole lot of experience with RPG Maker MZ, and that is in here. You can change the tile size to be 16 by 16 versus 48 by 48. Yeah, I guess that is what would happen. All right, well. Maybe. Yeah, that looks like some glitched. It looks like I'm using like some NES cartridge and I just have like a glitched thing. But maybe. I don't know if this is actually more responsive or not. No, that's not responsive. Never mind. Changing the tile size will not actually change how the player is moving or anything like that. So never mind. Do not change it to 16 by 16. Leave it at 48 by 48. Otherwise, it looks like you're playing on a glitched cartridge. So anyway. Yeah, so that's what I've got. I can definitely share that with you, Jerry, and hopefully, maybe it'll help you continue your project. And if not, at least we can say we tried. So, yeah. Jerry says, no, the next step would be to modularize the operations so that I can call similar functions to reduce duplication code. That is usually the best way to go. The less code you have to duplicate, the better. And also, yes, please upload also more like some random Moonwood. I don't like that one. We're gonna stick with Moon Man. Some random Moonwood. Although that was definitely better than like some random wood. Anyway, hopefully that's helpful for you. So yeah, I will package that and I'll upload it. I will probably just share a link in the I don't know, creator corner or something like that on the Discord. So yeah, if you would like, it'll be on the Discord. Let's see. Robbie says, "They're fine. How are you?" That's true. Autumn__. How you doing? Cherry. Wait. Cherry 5 Moonswood. I don't know what you're saying, but I like it. And Jerry says, "Thank you. Of course, absolutely." Well, again, when I was like, I feel like I have to do something because I made it seem like it would be so simple.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Moonswood.
Nope. Definitely not Moonswood. Definitely not. Typing isn't typing. That's fair. All right, so back to what we were doing. The actual rolling of the dice. So here we go. Reroll dice. So right here, we are resetting all of the values for all the different dice, which is fantastic. That is what we want. Oh my goodness, Robbie.
Robbie120967 just cheered a whopping 245 bits.
Whopping 245. Thank you, Robbie. I appreciate that. You're absolutely fantastic. Actually, you've gotten me so used to there being like a message afterwards. I was like waiting for it to start saying the message, and then there wasn't one. I'm like, wait, it must have bugged out. Ugh. I was like, where's the fun fact? I was waiting. Well, thank you, Robbie. I appreciate that. I was so close to getting to first. Push the goal line. Robbie's just pushing the goal line further and further. Well, hopefully your day's going all right for you, Robbie. Hopefully your week is going all right for you as well. Also, how you been, man? I have been doing absolutely fantastic. We're making some great progress on the project, so that's always good. And, yeah. And other than that, life is great. Life is just fantastic, honestly. So, how's the kids? The kid is doing great. She is so close to being fully potty trained. Almost there. She still has an accident every now and then, but it's, I am very glad to not be every month buying a new box of diapers. Well, pull-ups. So, you know, it's coming along. But yeah. But yeah, how you been? How are things? How's life? Been up to anything exciting for you? Okay, so let's see here. So we re-roll the dice. And maybe we'll eventually make it so that it's like... Actually, let's just freaking do that now. No, never mind. Sorry. I have all these thoughts going through my head of how we're going to handle the re-roll function. For now, we're just going to have it set new variables across the board for any of the unused dice. Call it good there. So, at that point, we then need to say, I'm now... Well... No, this will be fine. It'll be fine. So, we will then change the easing of the pictures, and then we want to show the pictures. So let's grab the if statement from these here. So let's go there, copy. There we go. Oh my goodness, Robbie!
Robbie120967 just cheered a whopping 510 bits.
Holy smokes. Robbie, thank you so much. You absolutely do not have to do that, but I appreciate that. I appreciate you supporting the channel like that. That, yeah, means a lot. Yeah, between you and Axel, bits are just rolling in, so thank you. I appreciate that. More bits for diapers. Actually, yeah. Eventually, one of these days, we will probably need diapers again. Yeah. Anyway, thank you. Loki says, who's gonna tell him? Not a word. Not a word. No one's gonna say anything. All right. So let's see. So we change the picture easing, and then let's do a new script call. But from here, we are not going to do. Well, we're gonna keep the if. We're keeping the if, and then let's swap all of this out. Go. And this is where we're going to actually show the new image of the dice. So let's grab this. We're gonna throw this in here. So this is basically just saying, if, again, if so long as this is not equal to 0, we're going to show the new image. If D's, then. Exactly. If D's, then do this. That is exactly correct. Actually, before we do that, though, I'm just going to copy that, and we're going to say 2, 3... Whoa. That is not what I wanted to have happen. Come back down here. 3, 4, 5, 6... 6. That's what we want. So 26, 27, 28, 29, 530, and 531. Okay, and then we are going to grab that. Let's throw that there. And basically, yeah, we just need to grab all of these and just throw them in the if statements. This is basically just going to say, if there is a dice still there, replace the image with the new updated value of that dice. Easy enough. And the reason why I'm not just copying and pasting the rest of the scripts from the next one to the next to the next is because then I would have to update the X and the Y values of the pictures, and I don't want to go through that. So we just come down here, grab that as it is, throw it in here, call it good. Let's get rid of those. Now the one thing we do need to change is I believe the Y value should not be 580. I think it needs to be 540. Yes. We do need to change that. So change it from 580 to 540. 540, not 548. That one I can copy and paste to there, and there. And I think maybe what we'll do is we'll just, I don't know, show it like 110 width and height. Close enough. Good enough. Oh, we also need to change the opacity. 255. There we go.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. I'd cheer more at a time, but I wouldn't have enough for my fun facts.
Ooh.
Speaking of, welcome back to Axel Benedict's Sourly Fun Facts. A day on Venus is longer than its year. As in, it circles the sun faster than it can complete an axis rotation.
That is an extremely fun fact. Huh. Space is crazy. Get into different planets. Just nuts. Mind-boggling, even. Let's see here. Riggy2K3 says, Yo, Riggy, welcome. Glad you could be here. Come on in, sit on down. We're rolling the dice. We're building a re-roll thing here. So, welcome. Glad you're here. Let's see. Okay, so we've now re-rolled all the dice. If certain conditions are met, we've changed the easing. We are then showing pictures if the conditions are correct there again as well. So last thing we want to do, and this we're going to need to pull up. If I get this over here, we're going to want to pull up the. There we go. The RPG Maker MZMV script call list. I can never remember these, so we want to find the move picture script call. Go. Let's come over here. We're gonna need a new script call. And let's fill all this stuff in. Yada 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 yada. It's like I can never remember how to actually do the script call for all this fun stuff. All right, so the easing does not work in MV, so we'll get rid of the easing. So picture ID, actually let's close out of that. Okay, so picture ID is 33. Let's do ID 33. The origin is going to be 1. The centered origin, then it's going to be 440 and 540. Scale is going to be 100, 100. Opacity is 255. The blending is going to be 0, and the frames, let's do it in, I guess, 30 frames. 30 frames works. It's fine with me. Now let's do 20. We'll do 20 frames. But yeah, Riggy, how's your day going? How's your week going? I know it's only Tuesday, but hopefully your week's going all right for you. All right, let's see here. So we then need to utilize these if statements again, because it shows the picture, and now we need to actually move the picture. Let's grab the if statement. Oh, I just realized we need to get rid of that. There we go. All right, so start to end. Let's copy that. Let's come over here, and we will paste that in. Let's get rid of this action. There to there. Let's come up here. End home, cut that, delete that, put that in there, get rid of that. Okay, and now this is, again...
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. If D's, then nuts.
Exactly. If D's, then nuts. I just realized... Oh, wait, no, never mind. I was thinking we couldn't use this same if statement, but we can, because if you have already used that dice, it wouldn't have been re-rolled anyway, so it shouldn't have a value. We're good to go there. All right, everything's fine. Everything's fine. We're all right. Okay, cool. So there we go. If variable 526 is not equal to 0, then we're doing this. Loki says, no realization for you. But I love realizing things. When I realize things, I realize that I was actually correct. I just thought I wasn't. So, All right. So that is the if statement we need there. Let's just add like a 1 frame wait here, just to, break it up. I don't know. Allow this JavaScript call to actually flow and do its thing. Do I need it? Probably not, but I'm going to do it anyway. Okay, and then from there, let's wait for 5 frames, because we're basically doing this exact same thing, just in JavaScript form instead of the actual move picture form. Yeah. All right, so we just need to replace 526 with 527, and we're going to say move picture ID 34. And we need to change the X coordinates to 520. And everything else should be able to stay basically the exact same.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Plants vs. Zombies just turned 16 years old. It can now legally drive.
Holy crap. I am so old. That is pretty crazy to think about. Man, so many hours I've spent in that game. The fact that it's 16 years old, that's nuts. Good game though. Still holds up, I would say. Right, and then this is variable 529. If not equal to 0, move pictures 36 to 680. All right, delete those. This is going to be variables 530, move picture 37. Move this to 760. And last but not least,
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Wanna something crazier? There are people who were born after the creation of Plants vs. Zombies.
Wait. There are people who were born after the creation of Plants vs. Zombies. Okay, I did hear you that. I did hear you right. That is true. There are people who were born after the creation of Plants vs. Zombies. That's crazy. I like it. An absolutely fun fact. All right. So here we go. We're going to wait for 20 frames, and then we should be done. Let's see how well that works. So first and foremost, I need to give myself... Actually, just for now, we're just going to say if you're equal to 0. We're not going to change that at all yet. Actually, we also do need to change this really quick. So this is variable 86. We need to grab the script call for change name. Set the name for actor 2 to equal... Okay, here we go. Let's copy that. So I forgot to mention. So the way that we are doing messages now is a little something like this. So if we come in here and we say, let's actually open up the switches. So we have now a switch called show dialogue. If I turn that on, you will see, it's, well, kind of hard to see. Let's just do this really quick. New game, yada, yada, yada. Okay, you will see here, you have dialogue line 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then you have choice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I basically decided, instead of having pictures to show dialogue and show choices and things like that, because that could get just astronomically ridiculous, we are going to use the Some Random Dude's HUD Maker to just show text on the screen. So there are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 characters, 9 players, whatever you'd call them, 9 heroes, that we are just using their names to show dialogue and options. And so basically, anytime it is showing dialogue or it is changing the choices and things like that, it is renaming all these people to be whatever the line is. So if I come over here, so if we find room 17, let's go to room 17. Room 17, it does this. This is just showing like player names. So it's renaming a player to be named There's a Strange Symbol with Empty Sockets. And then it's changing player number 2 to be Embedded in the Door. It looks like you could, and then so on and so forth. So the reason why I'm bringing all of this up is because if we do examine the symbol, you'll notice we then have reroll 3 remaining and cancel. The reroll 3 remaining is currently being set as a static number. So if we come in here, you can see here, so dialogue lines 1, 2, 3, 4, choice 1, 2, 3, and then you've got reroll 3 remaining and cancel. We do not want to do this because you cannot do, I'm pretty sure, I'm like 99% sure you cannot do any kind of variable reference in the change name action. But what you can do is you can say script, this thing right here. Now I don't think, yes, so this is party members specifically. We don't want to be working off of party members. We actually want to be working off of actors. So game actors. So we want to say game actors, actor 2. This is an actor 2. We want to be saying actor, let's see, which one is it? Let's hide everything else. And I'm going to go to here. This is going to be actor 128. Okay. So over here, actor 128, set name to be, oh, what was I saying the name to? Reroll 3 remaining. Okay, so what we can do is we can say set name to that, get rid of that, and get rid of the rest of that. Okay, so game actors, wait. Yes, yeah. Set name to, we'll put these in quotations. We will say, set it to re-roll. And then in here, we'll put the opening parenthesis. And then out of there, we then need to say plus game variables dot value. And the variable is going to be, let's see, what variable was it? Variable number lock rerolls 86. Okay, so variable 86 is the one we want to reference. Here, game variables 86. So that will grab the actual amount of rerolls that you have, and we'll say plus quotation marks, and we'll say space remaining, and then the close parenthesis. Okay, so that way it will then be able to dynamically change out this number based on how many rerolls you have. We can get rid of that guy. Okay, so if we were to, I don't know, say when you first, let's see, when you first click on, yes, the dialogue. Okay, so right here, we're going to say control variables, add, set it to 3. Set it to 4, just to make sure that is actually going to be set lock rerolls to 4. So you can reroll 4 times, apply, okay, save, and then if we come over here and we refresh that, let's full screen it, go new game, yada, 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 yes, 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 next. Let's go find the room. So if we come over here to room 19, gotta go all the way down. Okay, room 19, here we go. If we do examine the symbol, it should say reroll or remaining. There we go. Cool. So now that will be able to dynamically change as you reroll. We don't have it set to do it yet, but as you reroll, this number will go down. Cool. Awesome. So if we reroll, it should reroll all of these dice. Ready to give it a try? Let's see what happens. Nothing happened. Let me explain what's happening. So I gave myself 4 reroll tries, right? I've got 4. Down here, I am saying if reroll tries are equal to 0, let you do it. You are not equal to 0. I literally changed that because you didn't have reroll tries, and then I gave myself reroll tries and didn't fix that. Oh my gosh. All right, you know what? We're in here anyway. We might as well freaking fix this. So here's what we're going to do. Let's come in here. Let's grab this line of code. We'll come back down here. So when you reroll, it does this whole thing. Right before it does all of that, we're just going to say control variables sub 1 from lock rerolls, and then just change the name to that. Cool. That way it'll actually change the number, and you can see the whole dynamic name changing thing. Refresh that, full screen it, new game, here we go. Now for the last time, let's come over here, let's find room 32. Easy enough, 1 to the left. Examine the symbol, we have 4 rerolls remaining. If I do reroll, all of these should change. So we've got 2, 6, 2, 3, 3, 5. 5, 1, 4, 5, 3, 5. We've got 5 rolls remaining. Oh, that is so satisfying. And if I click it again, it goes like... Oh, it makes me happy when things actually work. I don't think it looks quite like I'm hoping, but it's close. It's close. I'm kind of thinking I might do a thing where it like goes along. So, because right now all of them get big, and then they like slowly decrease back in size. I think what we're gonna do is they will. Oh, I don't know actually. Separate them by frame. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking, is I'll have the first one get big, start shrinking, and the next one gets big, start shrinking, and so like it does like one after the other. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. Okay, it'll be a quick change, but it's gonna make it look a little bit better. Hopefully a little bit better. Robert says, be right back. No worries at all. No worries at all. Good luck with whatever you're up to. Jerry says, have each have a function that causes it to animate by itself and then call each after 1 frame. So here's kind of what I was maybe thinking about potentially doing. And that is something like this. Throwing this into a loop to have them all roll multiple times. Basically, here's what we're going to do. So it reduces that, changes the name, and then we're going to do loop. How would I do this actually? Yeah, so we'll do loop. We'll grab all of this. We will throw this into the loop. It's going through. Yada, yada, yada. You know what? No. That's getting off into the weeds. We don't need to get off into the weeds. Let's not loop. We're not doing it. Eventually, when we make the game look better, we will do it. But for now, we're not going to get off into the weeds. All right. So it basically, so it does this thing. This is setting the variables. And this is actually showing the images. So yeah, so what we want to do is, instead of doing all of this, what we're going to do is, let's do the show image. Cut that. We're going to throw that into here. So home, paste, enter. Yep. And then basically just repeating that process. Cut. Here. Home, enter, paste. So on and so forth until we have all of them separated out. And last but not least, so basically it'll then like just kind of go through the line one at a time, pretty quickly, but one at a time, updating them all. Yeah. Eventually I do want to add it so that like it's actually like you can see it actually like shuffling them multiple times, like shuffling them, their dice, rolling them multiple times, and then eventually like being like landing on here. That's where we're at. But for now, it'll just kind of sweep through and we'll call it good. Now let's see what happens. Let us see what happens. And again, it's functional. We'll make it pretty later, but for now, it's functional. We'll call that good. All right, here we go. So variable 36, so room 51. Let's go up to room 51. Come on. There we go, room 51. Examine the symbol. There we go, we've got our dice. And if we re-roll, it should be like, boom. It's nothing crazy. Now I have a different idea in my head for how to animate it, and I know that we don't need to do this. All right. I don't need to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. You know what? It's my game. We're going to do it like this. Okay, here we go. So, the way this is going to work. We're not doing quad out. We're doing bounce. Bounce. If I can spell bounce. Bounce. In. That is how we're doing it. Bounce in. No, bounce out. Bounce out. That is what we want. Yeah, so bounce out, yada, yada, yada. We will copy that. Change all of these to, whoops. We change all of these to bounce out. Bear with me. Okay, so bounce out, and then what we're going to do is we're going to say, instead of changing the width and height of this, so set these back all to 100, we're just going to put the dice up. So let's move it up, just something simple, like, I don't know, 60 frames. So if we did like 480, yeah, that should be fine. 480, perfect. And then it moves it down. Maybe you'll see what I'm meaning once we get it all done. In my head, I think this should be good. I think. Is it actually going to be good? I don't know. Probably not. It's probably going to look super janky. We're doing it anyway. We're doing it anyway. 100, 100, 480. Nope. 100, 100, 480. I did 100 or 400. Oh, okay. I thought I did 400 on the sizing. Okay, in my head, I think this should be good. It basically is going to move the dice up instantly, and then it's going to drop it down, and it's going to kind of like bounce a little. Maybe it's going to look good. Who friggin' knows? Who knows? Autumn __ says, I'm gonna head out now. Good night. Thank you for being here, Autumn __. I appreciate that. Have an absolutely fantastic evening. Sleep well, and we will see you hopefully on the Thursday stream. Yeah. Take care. And have the sweetest of dreams. Hopefully no nightmares. They're the worst. All right, examine the symbol. They all pop up like that. There we go. And then if we re-roll, it's not great. It gets the job done, I suppose. I'm going to change one thing. Yeah, that's too high. 100%. Yeah, that is the one thing we're going to change. Yes, what we're going to do is make it not so high. Look at that. You and I, same wavelengths here. So yeah, so if we just do 40 pixels instead of 60, so we're going to do 500, but also we're going to change this to be 30 frames, so it's a little bit slower. So it doesn't go as high. Oh my goodness!
Welcome J_Blow and your 227 amazing audience members.
Holy smokes! J-Blow! Thank you so much. That is absolutely crazy and fantastic. This is a huge surprise. Well, welcome everyone. Glad you're here. Yeah, welcome. Come on in, sit on down. We have got some exciting stuff going on. Welcome. Thank you. Yeah. Now, is it J_Blow or just J-Blow? Oh no, Loki, I missed a message. Wait, what did you say? What did you say? Wait, you just said no realization for me. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, anyway, welcome everyone. Glad you're here. I'm just making a few minor adjustments, and then we will really quickly go over what we're working on here tonight. So let me just adjust these things really quick. But yeah, J-Blow, how was your stream? How'd it go for you? Hopefully it went well. Change that to 500, and let's set this to 30 frames. Oh, smokes! Jonathan Blow. Well, there we go. We will use the full proper name, Jonathan Blow. Jonathan Blow. Hopefully your stream went well. Yeah. Also, welcome everyone. Glad you're here. Hopefully this will be entertaining for you. This is just a little project we're working on. Just a little dungeon crawling roguelike RPG. So hopefully it'll be interesting to watch. But yeah, so let's pull this up so you can kind of see what's going on here. Actually, let me turn the monsters back on so you can get the full experience. So yeah, so we're working on a project called Tomb of Versilius. So like I said, it is a dungeon crawling RPG roguelike kind of thing going on here. So let's go new game really quick. So basic general idea, it is a randomly generated dungeon that you will explore. You'll go through and you will be fighting monsters, collecting items, all that fun stuff, going as far as you can before you die. And yeah, typical roguelike stuff going on. The biggest twist is the way that the combat works. So essentially, if you find a monster, you are fighting them with Blackjack, like a Blackjack type system. So basically, kind of like how normal Blackjack would be. You draw, the monster draws. The only difference is with the monsters, the two cards that they draw are actually face up, and that is kind of like their armor class. So that way I know that I have to draw at least an 11 or greater to be able to attack them. But since I've only got a 7, I will draw again. Now I've got a 16. Also with like regular monsters, they only draw 2 cards, and that is it. They draw 2 cards, that is their armor class, and that is what they've got. So I've got a 16, they've got an 11, I can attack. There we go, I attack them. We draw again, and we do this until I eventually, kill the monster. There we go. Monster dead. Now there are going to be mini bosses throughout the different floors, and with them it is more of a actual classic Blackjack, which I don't think I can show off. I think I actually have turned them off for now because we're kind of reworking them a little bit. But anyway, it's basically that exact same process again, but instead of you being able to see both of their cards, again, it works kind of more like classic Blackjack, where the dealer, the monster, will draw 2 cards. You'll see one face up, the other's face down, and yeah, that's that. So anyway, if you're interested in following along with that kind of a project, then feel free to follow, and if not, then I appreciate you being here and watching either way. So let's see here. Jerry says, let's see, yeah, too high. We're going to test that. We're going to see how that looks. Control says, Moonman Jonathan Below is the guy that made
Thanks
Braid.
for the follow, fat_forest_cut.
Fair enough. Well, I appreciate it. Let's see. Also, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Fat Forest Carp. Very much so appreciated. All right, so let's go see if we can find the end of the floor. So let's go to room 53. We're just going to get through this guy really quick. Ooh, I've only drawn a 15. There we go. 19. 17 to 20. Oh, crap.
Thanks for the follow, Gabe_Riches_102.
Thank you for that follow. I appreciate that. All right, so we're heading to room 53. 52. Also, the D20s. So you collect the D20s as you're going throughout the dungeon, or through the tomb, and oh my goodness, there we go. Got a fun random sound. But yeah, so you're collecting the D20s. They have magical properties. So the D20s you can use to upgrade a spell book. Still a little bit loose on the actual mechanics, but yeah, so there will be a spell book where you will be able to upgrade your spells, and the spells are linked to your cards. So you've got 4 elements, which are basically the 4 suits. So you've got fire, water, necro, and hydro, geo, pyro, necro. Those are the 4. But then, yeah, as you're upgrading your spell book, the cards will correlate to the different spells that you have, and they will do X amount of damage based on how much you have upgraded that spell. So here we go. We will get this guy really quick. The actual spell book we haven't built out too much yet. We just kind of the general idea. 53, that's where we're going. Okay, and then what we're currently working on as of right now is the exit room. So this is the exit. You will find a sigil that is in a wall, and then to be able to activate the sigil, you will come in here, and then you have to, it'll basically be, you'll be playing a game of Yahtzee, kind of. So it will tell you the dice that you will need. And so as you're going throughout the dungeon, you will find these dice. Right now, it's just giving you all of them. But yeah, so you'll find the dice, and this is what we're kind of working on right now. So hopefully that catches you up to speed. Hopefully. So, yes. Let's see. Jerry says, did you see the part where I said maybe have it based on the class as a cute little unique class trait? Each class has a different roll animation. Wait, like having these dice based on a class? Oh, so they all roll differently. We could do something like that. I might go, we'll see. Because yeah, we definitely could incorporate different animations for the rolls. We'll see. It'll definitely come along in the beautification part of the game. For now, I probably shouldn't even be focusing on the animations, but let's see what the animation looks like. So if we click re-roll, it should go along. Probably still a little bit too high. Maybe we just do 20 pixels up instead of the 40 that we currently have. Anyway, so yeah, there we go. It re-rolls the dice. And then if we were to come through here, yeah, lower and slower. Yeah, definitely needs to be slower. Definitely needs to be lower. We're clocking it in. But yeah, so we will pull that up. Let's go with the, we'll do a 2 on the 2. And then all we got is 6s and a 1. And we need 2 2s and a 3. So let's re-roll. There's a 3. Got a 1, a 5, and a 5. Let's roll again. 5 and 4 and a 1. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, there we go. And then you can't re-roll anymore. And so once you run out of re-rolls, still trying to decide exactly what's going to happen, but probably, I don't know, a trap does damage to you or something like that. So cool. Well, good times. Make it cost health. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, still trying to decide exactly what's going to happen, whether it spawns a monster you have to fight, or there's just a trap that goes off, or a trap that you have to disarm. Something like that. Okay, but let's do this really quick, just because I want to. It's gonna frustrate me if I can't actually finish it. So let's roll again. There we go. There's my freaking 2 and 2. So yeah, there we go. That would be a finished sigil, and I would be able to leave this floor and move on to the next one. Loki says, well, I can't make you scroll back for this, so here it is again. Ooh! All right, what do we got? Seinfeld, yada, yada, yada. Hold up. What do we got here?
We went back to my place, yada, yada, yada.
Yada, yada, yada. I'll see her in 6 to 8 months.
And he yada-yada'd me.
Yada, yada, yada. I'm still single.
I've yada-yada'd sex.
And yada, 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 and she...
Yada.
You making fun of my saying yada, yada, yada? I say it a lot, all right? Do not make fun of me. But I do appreciate that, Loki. Always a good time with the clips. So if you roll a Yahtzee, it auto unlocks. Oh. All 6s. That could be a good time. I don't know. We'll see. We're still trying to figure out the exact mechanics, but I don't know. This gets us close anyway. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Yeah, see, there's nothing wrong with saying yada, yada, yada. Yeah. All right. So, here we go. So let's fix that animation just one tiny little bit more. I know that I shouldn't be focusing on this. We're getting in the weeds, but it's what I do. It's what I do. I get in the weeds, I get sidetracked, and it happens. It happens. All right, so show picture at 520, and then it moves to 540. Set that to be 40 frames instead. So, easy enough. So we do 40 frames, 520. Oh, 520. Yep. And let's see here. 40 frames, 520 frames. This will be enough to at least just get us off of this part and moving on to the next portion of this, which is the actual completion of the sigil and making it work, making it so you can actually leave the floor and all that fun stuff. Or as I should say, yada, yada, yada. 520. There we go. All right. And then we'll set that to be 40, so it's actually the same length as the actual animation itself. Cool. That should be that. All right. Loki says, focus, focus, focus. I'm focused. I'm dialed in. We're focused. We're getting stuff done. It's a good time. Okay. All right, so that is that. That's the reroll. There we go. Loki, you're making it really hard to focus. All right. This one is good enough to pause everything. Pause the music. Here we go. Here we go.
Stay on target. Stay on target.
See, told you. It's good enough. Good enough. I will stay on target. We're focused. We're zeroed in. All right, so that's the dice. We now have it so you can reroll, you can put everything in there, everything's good to go. We just need to actually make the losing state, the win state, and now we need to... All right, I feel like we've probably gone past the dare portion of your redemption, Loki. So, we made the reroll work, so there we go. You can now reroll, fantastic. We now need to make the cancel button. We're gonna move on and actually do that. And then make dice randomly spawn in the tube. So let's do this. We need to do make the fail state, and we need to make success state. Simple enough. Simple enough. So the cancel button. How is the cancel button going to work? Well, basically, all we need to do is we need to have it erase some pictures, change some variables. That's about it, I think. Yeah, that should be about it. So over here, wait, what? Wait, what do we got going on here? Because I feel like we've basically disabled the movement, right? But how? So if I come in here, Let's turn off the monsters again, because I've shown off the monsters. Everyone's seen the monsters. So let's set that to -1. So we're just spawning items for now. Do new game, yada yada yada. Here we go. There I go with the yada yada yadas again. Let's go find room 4, where the exit is. Okay, so in here, I can leave, come back, cool. Examine the symbol, does all of this. Can I leave? I cannot. How am I disabling that movement? So when you click on that, turns off, show exit text, turn off dialogue, block rerolls, okay, erase picture, all of that fun stuff, turn on exit door puzzle. Oh, and then over here, if exit door puzzle is on, then you can't move. Okay, all right, so that's how I'm doing that. Good enough to know. Good enough to know. So let's say, so we need to erase image layers 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. So 27 through 31, and then 33 through 38. Down here, if we do cancel, so if it's pressed, wait, not pressed. We want released. What am I doing here? Pressed. Whoa. Not what we want. Released. If you are released, do that. Excuse me. Excuse me. Cancel. Yes, so if you release, we then need to say erase picture, starting at 27, and we need to erase 28, 29, 30, 31, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. That should be all the dice showing. We also need to erase the sigil. Now the sigil is showing on image layer. Let's see, exit circle. That's the one. So image layer 25. So down here we need to say erase 25. It's image layer 26. Or am I just skipping over 26 for some reason? 7, 28, 29. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. And then basically what we need to do at that point is we need to replicate what is happening when you enter the room. So we don't need to show this image because it should already be showing. We just need to say that, show dialogue. Okay. Here we're going to say, so it erases the images, changes the dialogue. Let's also, we don't want to reset the rerolls. I was thinking when you did cancel, we would reset the rerolls, but then you could literally just be re-rolling, and when you get to one left, just hit cancel, and then do it again. Yeah. So don't reset the rerolls. Just turn on show dialogue, and then turn off switch exit door puzzle. Go. Easy as pie. Unless, of course, you've ever tried to make a pie, then you will know that is not easy. So, not a great phrase. All right, so there we go. We got examine symbol. If we click on that, it shows all of this stuff, yada, yada, yada. And if we do cancel, it should erase all of that. I should be able to move, leave the room, come back. All that's there. Examine the symbol. There we go. Cool. Now here's the real question. I feel like I missed so much when everyone was coming in here. Let's see. Just want to make sure that I didn't miss anything. Surprise, hi. 07. Let's see. Hello. You know who Jay Blow is? Oh, actually, yeah. So that is a great question. I actually do not. I obviously someone who is a big deal. Obviously. Is that bad that I do not know who you are? If you are still here, Jay Blow. Oh man, the missed message is about to be insane. Let's see, 07, it's time to go seed oil free. I agree. Jonathan Blow. All right, now I feel like I need to actually... American video game designer. Wait, The Witness. Huh. Well. I feel like I need to give another salute, even though I'm pretty sure you're not still here, Jonathan. I will give you another salute on behalf of the raid and for any of the raiders who are still here. So, yeah. I have heard of The Witness. I have not heard of Braid though. Which maybe that's a bad thing. I apologize, but I also thank you. There's your answer. Oh yeah. Definitely answered with not actually knowing. Just realized the tag. Let's see. Braid dev. There we go. I know that now. Now I know that. Well, that is egg on my face. I should probably. So, I also, as sad as this is probably going to sound, I also accidentally, and this was a couple years ago, I accidentally met Shroud on a stream, and I didn't know who Shroud was. Yeah, I was playing PUBG. This was years ago. I was playing with my brothers, and I apparently was in the same lobby as Shroud, and I was in the dumpster, and I was just like, "Hey everyone, like come join me in the dumpster." And Shroud was like, "Oh yeah, here I come. Let me jump in the dumpster with you." And I was just chatting with Shroud, had no idea who it was, and my brother was like, "I'm pretty sure that's Shroud," and I'm like, Who's Shroud? Like, who? Like, I don't know who that is. And yeah, my brother's like, "Yeah, that's Shroud. He's streaming. You are right now talking in front of about 30,000 people." And I was like, "What?" So, you know, good times. Jerry says, "That's fine, dude. I don't know who Shroud is." Oh yeah, I don't know who Shroud is now. Wait, you don't know who Shroud is now? Did you used to know who Shroud is? But anyway, yeah, I had no idea. I was like, I don't know who that is. Then I had to look him up, and I was like, all right, cool. That's good times. Great times. So anyway, I am horrible at knowing who people are. That's a phrase that makes sense. But I know, again, you're probably not here, but Jonathan, I appreciate the raid. Thank you. And to anyone who is still here, I appreciate you being here, and hopefully you're enjoying your time here. If not, that is completely understandable. I can only imagine that RPG Maker game dev stuff is way different than whatever Jonathan was up to on stream. Jerry says, "As in the present, I do not know who he is." Oh, okay.
Axel_Benedict Jade 5 bits.
Here we go.
Welcome
Fun
back
fact.
to Axel Benedict's hourly fun facts. Alberta, Canada has no rats. If there's a rat found, it is swiftly caught and disposed of. If you are caught with a pet rat, you'll be served a hefty fine. I know this because I had a friend from Alberta who says he thought rats were fictional creatures, like dragons, until he visited family in the USA who had a pet rat. Mini fun fact, humans share about 60% of their DNA with bananas.
Okay, all right, bananas. Whew. I thought you were going to say we share about 60% of our DNAs with rats, and I was going to be like, that is not a fun fact. That is disgusting. That's interesting enough. I do like that. I would actually probably advocate for something like that. Not a fan of rats. Mice, rats, horrible, terrifying creatures. You know, I just realized. I just realized. When I click re-roll, you'll notice. It's trying to do the animations for all of these before it then does this. So here we go. I'm going to click. Ready? 1, 2, 3. You'll notice the delay. That's because it is doing the weights not based on any condition.
Axel_Benedict Jade 5 bits. Rats took out a third of Europe. They're terrifying.
That's true. They did. Horrible, horrifying stuff. Okay, so cool. I need to make sure that I actually include that in the condition, because we have that if statement. I just need to actually include the, well, I need to actually include the weight in the if statement. Yes, there we go. If. Cool. Cool beans. So here we go. We need to, let me pull this up because I cannot remember ever for the life of me. We need to do the weight interpreter. Weight interpreter weight. So it's okay. All right. So that's all it is. So we need to still include the if statement. This is probably less efficient, but I don't care. It gets the job done, and that's all I care about. All right, so then if, so same thing, there we go. If yada yada yada, we will then say this dot weight for, what was it? 5 frames? 5 frames. There we go. This dot weight 5. Cool. So that will wait 5 frames. Now we no longer need that there. So that way it should add the weight based on if the current variable is not equal to 0. What we want to see, that is what we want. So let's do that. 528. 529. 530. We can do the same thing here. Yeah, because we can just wait that one can be a static. Doesn't matter. We need to wait 40 frames anyway. All right. Now, that should be good. Just gonna test it one time, really quick though, just to be safe. Pull this up. We're going to head to room 7. We're on the complete opposite side of the dungeon. But that's okay. We can just run through because there are no monsters now. Room 7. Go, let's pull this up. Okay, so if we were to get rid of, so right now if we just do this, boom, there we go, fine enough. We go 2, 5 goes to there. 1s and 5 is all we have left. So reroll. There we go. And it doesn't wait because it doesn't need to. It's a 4, 4. We just need a 3. Just need a 3. It happens. It happens. All right. And if we examine the symbol, everything should come back the way it was. It takes everything out. Cool. But this should all stay the same. So it's 3, 2, 4, 5, 4. 3, 2, 4, 5, 4. So that should stay the same. It's the same requirements every single time. Wait. Reroll. So we got 3, 2. If we cancel and then examine the symbol, we're back to 4. 3, 2. All right. What do I have that's setting? Oh my gosh. There we go. There we go. Okay. Let's just handle this at the start of the dungeon. So you're not actually... Yeah. Start of the dungeon generation. Let's just put that in there. Call it good. All right. So moving on. What is the next thing we are going to be working on? So make cancel button work. That should be done and good. Cancel button works. It then closes everything. Hides all, like, erases all the pictures. Resets a couple switches. That should be good on the cancel button. I know it's stupid, but now I'm like, I need to actually go in and check on that. I know it's dumb, but I'm like, I need to actually verify that it is 100% working. So let's head to room 36. It would let me get to room 36. Oh my gosh, there we go. Whew, that was a nightmare. Examine the symbol. Here we go. Got some dice. So if we re-roll once, we're now down to 3. And if we do cancel, Examine the symbol. Still have 3. All right, cool. And we'd be like 2, 5, 5. We have 3 and a 2. It's 2. There's a 3. Bam! Then it would unlock and we'd call it good and we could leave the floor. Awesome. Okay, so cancel button is working. Yeah, cancel button's working. Make the dice spawn randomly in the tomb, make the fail state, make the success rate. So the success rate, that one's gonna be a little bit more tricky. Do we actually want you to find the dice as you explore the dungeon? That's the real question. Yes? I guess? Yeah. I feel like we do. That will encourage exploration of the tomb. So even if you just come across the exit, you need to actually have the dice. I think that makes the most sense. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now, where are we going to show where you're actually collecting these dice, though? We could put it somewhere down over here in the player section. We could do that. We can put it up here. So I need some way to show that you have collected X number of dice. Maybe we do that later. Yeah. Let's do that later. That'll be a later thing. For now, let us get the fail state.
Thanks for
maybe?
the follow, Jackamusp.
Jackamusp P, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Also, welcome. Glad you're here. Let's see. So do we make the fail state next, or this is success state? Let's do the success state. So if you actually get the thing working, what happens? That is a great question. What happens? Let's do this. Should we show the wall behind? Okay, all right. Again, we're not going to get into the weeds. We're not going to do all the crazy animations and all that fun stuff. Murder happens. Well, not if you're successful. That's if you fail. If you fail, murder happens. If you succeed, you move on to the next floor for potential murder. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Let's just say I think a murder is successful. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on who's on the receiving end of that. If you as the player are getting murdered, I mean, I guess if that's what you're going for, that could be considered successful. Jesse says, wow, that took longer than expected. I'm back. Welcome back, Jesse. You've missed so much. So very much. We were, we were raided by Jonathan Blow over on Twitch, so that was exciting. We got most of the exit sigil working, so, you know, all sorts of stuff, all sorts of exciting stuff. But now you're back. I feel like we need to give you a little tour of what we've accomplished while you've been gone. So let's head over here to 37. Of course, it's going to be on the opposite side. Okay, here we go. So I'm pretty sure you saw this part. So examine the symbol. There we go. We've got all this stuff going on here, and we can be like, okay, well we need 3 ones. We have 0 ones. We have a 5. Okay, wait, at least we've got a 5 and a 3. Wow, that was horrible. Anyway, we have the re-roll working, and I still cannot say a re-roll without having to slow down. So you can re-roll, and it'll be like, bloop, bloop, bloop. And now you've got a re-roll. Still not great. At least we got a 3 and a 1. So then you can re-roll with what you've got left. Wee woo, wee woo. It's basically what it sounds like I'm saying. Re-roll, here we go. So we got another one. Come on. Come on. Oh, there we go. Fantastic. We got it. We got it all working. Cool. Anyway, so yeah, so that is that. I'm also now just realizing we do not need that full length wait time. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why I did it that way. Let's come in here, grab the wait. And we will grab this one down here. This is going to be 531. Wait for 5 frames. Get rid of that one. Don't need it. There we go. Okay, there we go. So yeah, so you can re-roll the dice. You can get it all in there, and oh, also made it so you can cancel. So if you're doing stuff and it's not working, then you can hit cancel and cancel button just now. Despite Loki's dare for me to not do the cancel button, I figured an hour and a half later, I should be allowed to do the cancel button. So cancel button is in there and good to go. Dares cannot last forever. So we made it so it didn't. Now we're going to make the... I'm still on the fence. Loki says I'm heading off to bed anyways. That's fair enough. Well, there we go. So if nothing else, your dare will have meant nothing now that you're going to bed. But Loki, I appreciate you being here. I know that it is much later for you than it is for me, so go get some rest. I appreciate you being here, and hopefully we will see you on Thursday for the next stream. I had to think about what day it was. It's Tuesday. Man, I am free of the dare. Thank you. I appreciate that you have released me from my dare. Even though I kind of already... Anyway, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. All right, so. Make the dice spawn randomly in the tomb. We're gonna skip that this time. Next time is the full stream dare. No. Well, it depends on what it is. Then maybe I'll do the full stream dare. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We got the fail state and the success state. So I think we're going to do success state next. So with the success, I need to actually show... What do we got here? Images, pictures. We got the dice, the conveyor belts, yada, yada, yada. Death screen. We got the exit circle and the exit circle small. Okay. Yes, so that's the full-size exit circle. That is a small one that's actually on the wall itself in the tomb. Let's open up. Let's just open up this room image file. We'll open up small. Should be fine. And the large. Okay, so with this small one, I just need to see, so I've just realized we probably need to put the wall behind the sigil so you can actually make out what it looks like. Also, I need to that here. Yeah, let's do this. I need to recolor this because they are slightly different colors. As you can see, the outline here is darker than the outline here. Actually, that should be fine. That should be all right. Yeah. That's fine. So let's just grab that darker gray. And then essentially, so how many bricks do we have? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be, yeah, that should be all right. So four bricks showing. Cool. What if we just do this? Let's just do this. Let's grab U to U, U to U, over to there. And we'll grab over there. So U to U, U to U. Copy that. And then we'll come in here and we will paste there. Say transform. Let's do nearest neighbor 200%. Not quite big enough. Should be close enough though. So you are 32 tall. You are 40. All right. You are 32 tall. Push that down. Let's put this behind that. So how does it show here? We've got just the slightest there, top of the brick under that. So you would be something like that-ish. Centered. 22 and 6. 24 and 24. Here we go. The general idea is we're going to put the wall behind this. I don't know. Do we need to? I mean, yes, but no. Because again, this kind of starts getting into the whole, like, beautification realm, right? 16 and 16. Oh, that's why. That should be fine. So we'll save that, and then let's see what it looks like in-game. I think it should look slightly better. Just to kind of, it's going to indicate that, like, there's a wall, right? Because it's on the wall, there's a wall there, and then it opens up a portal through the wall. 29, let's head to room 29. Yeah, so it's on the wall. If you do examine the symbol, didn't really think about that. This is not technically crap. Yeah. All right, so let's grab in here. We're gonna grab just this inner part. We can then show this, inverse that, delete. Okay, then this one is the one where we actually need to make it lighter, correct? Yes, or darker. Circle small. Let's pull this in over here. Grab that. That in there. Yeah. All right. Merge that down, save that, come over here. Now let's see how that looks in game. Should look a little bit better. Should kind of match up a little bit better with what you see on the wall. Hopefully. We'll see. 21. Let's head to room 21. It's on the wall like that. Examine the symbol. Yeah. It does kind of highlight the wall just a little bit too much. Okay, we're just gonna make it slightly darker, but we're not gonna test an engine again. We're just gonna call it good. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. So let's do this. So what gray is the wall currently? Gray is that. Would be that gray. So we do one darker right there. That makes it the same shade as the other stuff. I don't care. Close enough. Close enough. Control says, I think you need to fill in the alpha in the middle, but I actually think if it's the right size and position, then move on. Yeah, I think I just need to make it slightly darker, because the thing is, like, when you're working with so much grayscale, if it's a lighter gray, that's what's going to be being called attention to. And the wall plays zero role in this. It is literally just to show, like, there is a wall here. The sigil is on the wall. And so I don't need to worry about calling out the wall. I just need it to be like, this is the wall. But I also don't want it to go from, when you're looking at it originally, the sigil is darker, the wall is brighter. So maybe I actually need to reverse this. Yeah, maybe what we need to do, so the wall itself is this gray. Oh, that gray. The sigil itself actually needs to be that. Save that. So in here, this sigil needs to be that. And then the wall can be the darker version. There we go. There we go. Right, there we go. There we go. Control says, right, the alpha in the middle calls too much attention to the room existing in a different perspective behind you. Exactly. Yes. Yeah, 100%. 100% agree with you. So that should make the symbol on the wall stand out more because it's a lighter gray. I don't know why I didn't think about that earlier. I should have. Yeah, there we go. So the sigil itself is a lighter gray on the wall. Examine the symbol. You can still, like, the wall behind it is still the gray. And maybe I even make this a slightly darker gray again, still. Yeah. I think we just want it slightly darker. I just think that's going to look better. In the long run, I think it's going to look better. Because again, it's just like highlighting. It's on the wall, it's there, but you're not calling attention to the wall. Go, room 4, let's head down, over. So, on the wall, there we go, examine the symbol. There we go, blends in more. I think that's much better, much better. All right, cool. Just fill the clear color in the middle. That's what you're meaning. Yes, we also need to do that too. Let's grab that same gray, dark gray. You are 100% correct. 100% correct. I don't know. We're gonna pretend. We're gonna pretend that I knew what you were talking about 100% the whole time. There we go. I could be wrong, but I think that'll do it. Yes, that 100% did it. That looks way better. Absolutely fantastic. We're gonna call that one good there. All right, awesome. Okay, cool. Well, let's come back over here. I like it. I like it too. That is, I don't know why I didn't do that earlier. I don't know why, but there we go. So we're good there. We're good there. So what are we gonna do? So when it opens up the sigil, what image layer do I have to work behind the sigil? I wonder. We got the pictures. Actually, let's find out. What image layer is it showing the sigil on? Is it showing exit circle? I probably shouldn't call this exit circle, but I already did. It's exit sigil, not circle, but oh well. So exit circle is showing on 25. I think 24 is the actual room itself, yeah. Pictures. 25 is monster. 24 is decor / trap / exit door. And then room is 23. So is anything showing on image layer 24? Because if not, I don't think it is. So that means we've got the potential for doing something exciting. Maybe exciting. I think here's what we're going to try and do. We're just going to try it. Is it going to work? Maybe. Since we already have it though, we're kind of going back to a thing that we used to have in the game. The sigil teleport. I think we're going to recreate. No, here we go. We can just use this one. Come in here. We pull this up in Photoshop. Yeah. Can he build it? Yes, I can. Control says, wait, how many image layers can you have? We can, so RPG Maker, MZ does better at this, but MV can only have you showing 100 images at the same time. Which I know sounds like a lot, but there's a lot of image layers being shown all at once. So because you have to take into consideration, right? So let me, that is not what I wanted to pull up. This is what I want to pull up. So here we go. So if we open up the tomb here, so right here, I know you're looking at this and you're like, okay, there's not a whole lot of images being shown here at once, right? Even if we come into here, right? So on this image, on this screen right here, how many images are being shown? Well, you've got the full image of like the UI, that's an image. You've got the room, there's an image. You've got the cracked brick, that is an image on top of an image. You have the dice, that's an image. We have reserved image layers for all of the inventory slots, because if your inventory is full, it's showing X amount of images. You've got the player. Over here, the map. I know you can't see it because of the chat. Let me just hide that really quick. So this right here, this is showing 40 images right now. I know you can only see 2, but it's currently showing an image for every single room that you can explore right now, and then showing it at a 0% opacity. So as you explore it, it's not necessarily showing a new image, it is just revealing that image that is already being shown. So there's 40 images right then and there already. And then you've got all the image layers for the cards, the monsters. It gets out of hand real fast. So yeah, so that's why I have to be very particular with me showing images, because I have to take into consideration how many images am I currently showing, what image layers do I have available, and you know, where can I go from there? So anyway, it's yeah, not as many, and you go through them very quickly. With RPG Maker MZ, they have increased it so you can have more, but that is because it's running, the program itself is a 64-bit application. RPG Maker MV is a 32-bit application, and for anyone that doesn't know the difference, 32-bit applications can only utilize 2 gigabytes of RAM. 64 gigabyte applications can utilize, I'm sure there's a limit, but basically an unlimited amount of, it's not unlimited, but way more than 2 gigabytes of RAM. So that way you can have more images showing on the screen at once, more everything, and so they upped that limit. Anyway, so, but unfortunately we're not using MZ, we're using MV, and so we're limited by that 100 images. But we should be able to utilize image layer 24, because that is for decor, traps, and the exit door. Wait. No, because 20 image layer 25 is what is showing the exit circle. So that means 23 is the room, and 25 is the exit circle. So 24 should be able to be utilized. Should be being the key word here. So let's come in here, pull up Photoshop. We've got this little thing. We're just gonna have like a little spinning thing in the back. Is it gonna look janky? Probably. But yeah, well, we'll give it a try. We'll see what happens. So we pull up the exit circle again, just so I can get the right size. I do not want to show it in here. Oh, Photoshop. Okay, here we go. Show there. Open that up, and we're going to copy you, paste you in there. And then let us do this. Actually, that should be fine. So let's get you centered. And let's grab... I will just grab all of this. Just so we have like a good idea of what it should look. There, and yeah. So we inverse it, go to here, delete. So this is what it should look like. It should look like this, and then just kind of spinning. I kind of don't like the look of that, actually. Kind of don't like the look of it. We may actually just have to recreate this. All right, well, let's do that really quick. What do we got here? We have got, we do 25%. The circular thing we should make should be that roughly there to there, roughly this size. 58 by 58. Yeah. Okay, so let's do new 58 by 58. It's just gonna be a really quick thing. I promise. I swear it. Grab a couple shades of purple. The general idea is if we were to do canvas size, and let's times this by 2. go. And let's find center. Say you are you. You. Next to. You. And you are you. And then we should be able to do filter, distort, twirl. Just kind of spin this around a few times. I want to go this way, actually. Maybe not quite that tight. We'll go with like, yeah, sure, $5.99. Yeah, it should be all right. Okay, and the reason why I made it larger is because you can see on the outsides here, it like doesn't quite twirl in quite as tight. So then if we just do 58, should just be this right here. Copy that. Actually, first, let's, no. New, yes, paste, Control-I, 400%. Copy that. Paste that in there. Should be able to do something like this. You and you. Verse. Delete. Should look something like that. Spinning and all that fun stuff. Should be good. Hopefully. Hopefully it'll be good. We'll see what happens. All right. Now we do want to come in here and we want to say, let's grab the size of this. So roughly here to there-ish. Yeah. To there-ish, 236. Yeah, sure, something like that. No. You're centered. We're gonna do 220. Center that. Inverse, delete. Yes, that should be better. Okay, so if we copy that, let's go into new, 220, delete that. Let's see, that is the subscriber project. We do not want to save it in there. We want to save this in downloads, Tomb of Versilius, images, pictures. This is going to be, let's just call this, I don't know, roughly the same naming convention, just so we can keep them close. We're going to call this the exit sigil spin. Yeah. And then over here, so now we need to create the actual win condition. How are we going to do that? When you put the dice down, let's check here at the end. Right here, this is like the end of this event. Right here. Let's put it a check. We're going to say conditional branch, the variable. Too far. So if expected is equal to actual, and if expected 2 is equal to actual 2, if expected 3 is equal to actual 3, so on and so forth. Expected 4 is equal to actual 4. And last but not least, if expected 5 is equal to actual. So long as all of the sigil dice placements are all correct, that means comment, you win. Okay. So then, we need to create a new It's not going to be pretty. We already know that. We're going to go through. We're going to make it better eventually. For now, we're just kind of replace the image. So basically, we're just going to come in here. We're going to replace... We need to erase this part. Yeah. We need to erase this. All right. Here we go. I know it looks janky, but then all we need to do is just grab you, select inverse, delete you. Cool. And then you are going to be saved as exit circle 2. Right? Yeah, something like that. Oh, wait. No, we want that to be open because we want you to be showing... Yes, okay. All right, never mind. You are going to be saved as exit circle 2. Save. Yes. Yes. So then over here, just to keep it from getting too janky, show exit circle. Yes, you got that with the actual brick, and then you got that is empty. But show this just so that it's loaded into RAM. The way that RPG Maker loads their images is very annoying. It doesn't actually load any of the images until you actually call on the image to be shown, and then there's like a 1 frame delay between it needing to show the picture and actually showing the picture loading in, and so you get like this little blip, this tiny 1/60th of a second of a blip, but it's enough to make things look not good. So for some reason, if you show the image first, even just for 1 frame, you just show the image at some point in time, if you don't close the game, it will still have that picture loaded into RAM, and so it can load it instantly versus having a 1/60th of a second blip. So in the tomb, here we go. If all of this works out, then we're going to say, you win. What a great game. Let's do show picture 24. It's going to be the exit sigil spin. Okay. Yes. Oh, we also need to replace image layer 25. 25. Let's replace this with this. Go. So we need to show you exit circle 2, so it's the transparent center. And then show that. Can I just show this at the same 640 by 182? I think so. Pretty sure. And then we will rotate image layer 25 at like a speed of 2, I guess, maybe. We'll see what happens. Okay. Let's see what happens. Let's go unlock ourselves a sigil. 27. Of course. Walk straight into a corner. Symbol. Okay, so we need a 3, we need a 6, 5, 2, 1. All right, so we just need a 6. So if I do this, yep, that's what I wanted. That's what I meant to have happen. What the crap? Okay. It's all good. It's all good. Just need to come in here and change this from 25 to 24. That is the image layer we want. All right. Oh, geez. Okay, 21. Let's go to 21. There we go. Examine the symbol. All right, we've got a 1, we've got a 2, a 1, a 4, and we need a 2. Need a 2. There we go. And bam. Yeah, there we go. Now we've got a little now we got a little teleport animation back here. See, that is what we meant from the start. That is what we wanted. Realist dev moment. It really was. If you ever want to know what it is like making games, that is what it is like. Just the most random things that happen, and it's doing what you told it to. It's just not what you meant to tell it to do. Oh well, it happens. Fat Forest Carp says, why did you stop at RPG Maker if it is so limited? Mostly because when I started using RPG Maker, so I started using it probably like 25-ish years ago. And, you know, just as a kid, I was like, it worked. I could make what I wanted, and it was great. And then as I got older, had less time to do things, and it just kind of got to the point where I'm like, you know, it's just a hobby. And so I was like, well, I can either stop actually creating and learn a new engine and put myself on hold for however long it would take to learn the engine and get up to speed with where I would want to be able to create my games, or I could use the limitations of the engine to help breed creativity. And so I kind of decided to do the latter. I definitely could benefit greatly if I were to go out and learn a different engine. I'm not going to deny that. I 100% would be able to. But I do try and use the limitations of the engine to help make me think outside the box. You know, because it's like, you know, sometimes it's not necessarily the tool that you have that is the limitation, but it's the way that you use the tool. And so if I can find different ways to make the tool do with what I want, as long as at the end of the day I'm creating what I want, that's ultimately what matters. So, you know, I'm not ever going to be able to create anything like I could if I was using Unity or Unreal or Game Maker even, but I can create the games that I want. And so, you know, at the end of the day, you know, if I'm making the game the way that I want it to, and there may be some limitations, by the time I actually create the game and put it out there, no one should be noticing the limitations. They should just see the game that I've made and they'll be like, cool, yep, that works. And so, you know, I don't know. It's probably a horrible excuse, and I don't mean to use it as an excuse or a crutch. But I don't know. It's what I know, and it's what I've got time to use. And maybe one of these days, maybe if I can ever become like a full-time game dev, I will learn a new engine. But for now, you know, it's what I use. But that is an absolutely fantastic question. And yeah, I appreciate the question. Absolutely. Jesse says, you're going to have to get like an FAQ or put that answer on screen at all times or in the description. That's true. I have had quite a few people be like, why are you using it? Because I feel like I complain so much about RPG Maker, and I don't mean to complain. Like, it's great. It does absolutely everything that I would want or need it to do to a point. And again, and when it doesn't, I just have to think of a creative way to work around it. And 9 times out of 10, it works out. And every 10th time, I just kind of have to be like, well, scrap that. I'm not doing it. Move on to the next idea. So, you know, taking the lesser traveled road because it's interesting. I salute you. Ah, thank you. I appreciate that. Moonman is a mad lad and an inspiration as a dev. Jesse, you're too kind. Thank you. I do what I can. I try to be inspirational. That's the word. I try to be inspirational. Works out sometimes. Other times, I feel like I'm just shooting at myself in the foot, but oh well. Proof of the best engine in the world is the one that you're using. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, Jesse, you are 100% correct there. Yeah. And I know we've talked about this on the streams before. There is no right or wrong engine in terms of capability. The right engine is going to be the engine that you use to make your game. Because it doesn't matter if you are using RPG Maker, if you're using Unity, if you're using Unreal Engine, if you're using Game Maker, Scratch, if you're making something in Roblox. If you are using the thing that helps you create your game and it helps you put it out there, then that is the correct engine for you. So, you know, some will be more powerful, some will be more capable, and I mean, I have people in my, like, personally in my life. I have a cousin who is extremely intelligent, I will say that, and he has asked me several times. He's like, "Why don't you just switch over?" He's like, I'll talk about things like this, you know. I'm like, but I made it so I can like click on a dice and pick it up and move it around and yada yada yada. And he's like, "Yeah, you can just do that in Game Maker, and it takes 2 seconds." And I'm like, "Yeah, but I did it in RPG Maker, so it's cool." And you know, at the end of the day, most people won't care about that, but I enjoy it. I think it's a good time. Control says, how much faster you'd be able to do things their way. That was my perspective, at least. Yeah, and I mean, it's not necessarily... No, wait. You have every right to complain about it being a pain. I think people just see how ready you are to move into a more creatively open playground if you wanted. And that is true. I do know that if I were to move into a different game engine, my little sandbox that I have right now would definitely at least quadruple, if not, you know, grow 100 times. But I don't know. Sometimes I like my little sandbox that I can be like, this is what I can do. This is what I know I can do. And that's what I gotta stick with. Again, like I said, limitation breeds creativity. And I feel like the limitations of the engine, while it can be a little frustrating at times, it does help me sometimes. So not really any right or wrong reason why I'm using it. I just, what I know, it's what I do. And yeah. So, okay, cool. So that's cool that it's showing like this. Great. But it's not going to show this screen for very long. So literally it needs to show this for like 2 seconds. And then it's going to move on and go back to this screen, but without this thing right here. And then this needs to go behind in the wall, which I am now just realizing this is going to be a little awkward. I'm now realizing the sigil that it's showing, not in the expanded view, but in just the room view. What image layer is that on? Exit circle small is showing out on layer 24. That is why I had it doing that. Okay, all right, that's fine. That's fine. That's all right. That shouldn't matter now, actually, because we have the sigil filled in with the brick, right? Because before, the reason why it matters is because you can see through the sigil. But if you're looking at it on the wall, you shouldn't be able to see through the sigil, which is what we changed. And so if we do this, yeah, it's covering it up. Okay, so that means we can come in here, and instead of saying 24, we can say 25. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay, all right. So if that's the case, 25. There we go. So then if we do... So first of all, we need to say, if you do cancel, show that image, 25. Show the small. So 25 is the sigil itself. 24 is the whole spinny thing. So we need to turn on another switch here. So if you complete, so rotate the picture, we're gonna wait for like 60 frames. Yeah. Wait. Jerry says, I think it's great to take RPG Maker to a new level. There are a lot of people that make RPG Maker games. RPG Maker has a bad stigma because many people have somehow, because many people have someone like you to show them how far it can go. That's a good point. That's true. RPG Maker does have a very bad stigma. It's mostly known as the game maker where you can either make cheap asset flips that have zero effort put into them, or they have a lot of effort put into them, but they are 18 plus games where the gameplay is not that great, but they're basically just selling a bunch of naked waifus. So, you know, it's... So hopefully, not saying that I'm going to like change the perspective on like RPG Maker made games, but I'm hoping that whatever I put out, people will be like, oh, there is good stuff out there. Maybe. I mean, I already know there is good stuff. I'm not saying there's not. I'm not saying that I'm going to be like the first person to make a good game in RPG Maker. I'm not saying that at all. Not at all. Do not underestimate. Do not misunderstand what I'm saying. I am not saying that at all. Not at all. I know it's coming off that way. And I'm like, okay, that was not what I was meaning. What I'm meaning is that like the majority of those games out there are like that, unfortunately. I know I'm not going to change the stigma, but I'm like, the more good RPG Maker games we can put out there on the market, hopefully the less negative stereotypes there will be about the engine. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. Anyway, yeah, agreed 100% with what you guys are saying. Yeah. Too many people use the default RPG Maker settings. All the Unity on Unreal games with default settings feel like butt too, and not in a good way. I mean, I've never taken that in a good way, but I can see it. I can see it. But yeah, no, that's true. That's true. You can definitely tell, even like basically with any engine, you can always tell when it's just the default. And it doesn't feel good. And that's usually because there's no effort being put in. If people are using the defaults in RPG Maker, I'm not saying you can't put in effort to make it feel good, but a lot of the times you're just kind of like, oh, there's the default, whatever. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know. Maybe I'll finish the game and it'll release and 5 people will care. And I'll be like, you know what? Good enough. And I'll appreciate those 5 people. Okay, so it waits for 60 frames. And then we're going to turn on floor sigil activated. Activated. That's how you spell that word. All right. So with that, when it is activated, we then want to come down here and we want to say, basically, we're just going to redo all of this stuff. Not redo, but like copy all of it, paste it in here, all that fun stuff. So come down here, yada, yada, yada. I keep saying yada, yada, yada. We come down here. We don't need to erase picture 25. Just erase all the other images. So 25 small. We also need to do actually, we can probably just do this. Let's do show image layer 24, which is the spin. Let's just show it at 25% right now. We will recreate its own eventually, but for now, just do that. And then spin it again. Awesome. Just says, you hear it here, Moonman is going to redefine how everyone thinks about RPG Maker. Absolutely everyone. That's true. That is exactly what I said. Actually, that's pretty close to what I said. It's not what I meant, but it is what I said. And those thoughts of grandeur, I promise, are not... I can't even say, Jesse, you're putting words in my mouth, because I put those words in my mouth. But I will say this. It is late. I'm hopped up on energy drinks, which I should probably stop drinking this because it is almost midnight. And I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight if I keep sipping this, but it's just so good. That's the goal anyway. Jerry says, I get it. Everyone here has probably played both. There are too many low-quality RPG Maker games, but that's because they don't have good tutorials. Kind of talking in circles there. Sorry. No, you're good. And that is true. I mean, there are tutorials out there, but I feel like they've kind of died down, which is sad. Like back with RPG Maker like VX, VXAce, even XP, I feel like there were crazy tutorial series where there were like hundreds of videos in these series and you could just click on like the playlist and it would just take you through the entire engine, start to finish. And I know there are still technically some like that out there right now, but I don't know. I feel like they're more of just like a technical, like, this is what this does. Have fun with it. I don't know. Maybe I should make a whole series of RPG Maker tutorials and just be like, here's a creative way to use these different things. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe. All right. So we show the image, we rotate the image, and then we do all of this stuff. Show exit circle small. Yes, let's get rid of that. Let's actually move this down to here. Oh my, no. It's not what I wanted to do. That is the actual thing going on right there. Okay, there we go. And now we show the exit circle small, And then we show 24 at 25%, 25%. Rotate it. There we go. Okay, now we're gonna say something like a magical portal has opened up a low hum can be heard coming from the now active sigil. Oh, I've said it once and I'll say it again. I am so bad at writing dialogue when I'm doing it on stream. I feel like everything I write is just like super cringy, and so I'm like, oh, what do I say? How do I put it? Sigil. Have I been? Oh my gosh, I've been spelling it wrong again. I don't know why I keep spelling it with a C. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, really quick side note for anyone who is a little bit newer, so like, you know, has joined within the past, I don't know, few weeks. At one point, we did have a sigil that was on the ground. This was the sigil on the ground. And I spelled it super wait a minute. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, so spelled it super wrong, and it had to be pointed out to me, and then I think it's just because I spelled it wrong in a handful of places, my brain has like held on to spelling with a C instead of an S. Anyway, and now that we have come back to using a sigil, I am still spelling it wrong, so good times. Just goes to show, I'm terrible at spelling. Absolutely horrible. Sigil inactive, yeah. Spelled it wrong here as well. Sigil active, sigil inactive. I should probably start spelling it right in more places so I can actually remember to actually spell it correctly. Words are hard. They are hard. Difficult words. Blasted words. Let's see. Jerry says, documentation for stuff in general has been lowering in quality over the years. It's like they don't care and automate it because they're just gonna pump another version out next week. That's true. That's true. Just think silly sigils. That could be a good way to go. I'm sure I'll actually remember it this time. Okay. Excuse me. Magical portal has opened up. A low hum can be heard coming from the now active sigil. Then just something like, I don't know, like touch the sigil. I don't know. Go through the sigil. Something like that. Silly sigils signal sinful similarities. Now I'm really gonna remember it. I just need to remember that it's an S, not a C. Sigil. It's sigil, not kiggle. No, not go through this. Go through the portal. Go through the portal? Touch the portal? I don't know. Go through the portal. Sure, there we go. And then you got go through portal. Actually, we probably don't even need to have this say go through portal. We'll just leave that blank, and then choice number 1 will be go through portal. Yeah. Okay, cool. There we go. All right. I need to stop reaching for my energy drink. I need to drink water. Water is what I need. Go through portal. Cool. It does that, turns on show dialogue, turns off exit floor, and then turns on floor sigil activated. We're going to change that spelling. There we go. Floor sigil activated. Turn on. And then this is if floor sigil activated is on. So this no longer does anything. Yeah. Okay, so what else do we need to do? Let's test that and see how that actually looks and feels and works and all that fun stuff. Here we go. Next. Yeah, I'm not going to say it. 32. Examine. So we're going to do 1, 3, 4, and then we need 2 6s. 6 and 6. That's not exactly what I was thinking. Not even close. Okay. What is happening here? Where the crap did I put that thing? Oh, there we go. You above this stuff. Go. Okay, so then we need to grab the I'll rename it later. Oh wait, I just realized. Sorry about that. We are going to close that so you can see what's going on. Go. Grab this. Let's throw this over into here. You need to show. First and foremost. What? So how much do we need to reduce this size? Roughly here-ish. It's like 50%. Oh. Well, that's not as small as I was thinking it needed to be. Okay, so this is going to show at 50%, and it's going to show at 640 by 136. Okay, yeah. 640 by 136. Yeah. That moves it up 50%, not 25%. I was thinking 25. All right. That should be better. That should actually show correctly. And over here, when you enter into the room, so it shows exit circle small. There's a strange symbol. Okay. Kroner monster is greater than 0. We're showing this. That is not what we want.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Welcome back to Axel Benedict's hourly fun facts. The US government have literal caves of cheese. We have enough cheese to jice every family about 2 pounds a day for 10 years. Back during World War II, we made so much cheese that we genuinely don't know what to do with it.
I know what to do with it. I will take it all. That is a lot of cheese. Huh. How the crap does it... I mean, I know that cheese is kind of just like basically a mold. Not all of it, but how does it last that long? That's just crazy. I don't think I'd want to eat that old of cheese. Maybe I would. I don't know. Maybe it'd be good. Seems kind of crazy though. Sounds tasty. I know. I'll take it. What do we got here? Cheese caves and food surpluses. Why the US government currently stores 1.4 billion pounds of cheese. There are hundreds of thousands of pounds of American cheese deep in converted limestone mines. The more you know. That's that is a lot of cheese. 1.4 billion pounds of cheese. Huh. Well, all right. There we go. Aged cheese is a thing. That's true. That's true. When I think cheese, I think like grocery store pepper jack cheese, where if you don't use it in like the first 2 weeks, it goes moldy. So, you know, that is my thought of cheese. Okay, so we need to have this be something like this. Oh, well, okay. So if current room monster is greater than 0, that shouldn't matter because there should be no monsters spawning in these rooms now. So we don't need to take into consideration the current room monster. We need to take into consideration the switch lore sigil activated, if it is on. Yes, if it is on. Do this instead. Okay, so we come back over here, scroll down to here, then need to say you to you, copy, okay. Back over here, put you in there. Okay, so if it has been activated, then we're showing the image, both these images, turning on the spin, a magical portal is opened up, yada yada yada. Go through the portal, turn on show dialogue, turn on show dialogue. Okay. Cool. Control says, all I'm saying is there ain't no other type of cheese come all individually wrapped all fancy like. That's a good point. I gotta have my individually wrapped cheese. That's how you know it's the good stuff. Okay. So, with that, we should be able to come over here, say new game, save file, yes, next, here we go. And we're gonna go over to room 38. Easy enough. Examine the symbol. Let's get all these things in here. So we need a 1 and a 4.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Fun fact part 2, cheese used to be rationed, and no one realized how much was made. By the time we were able to tell dairy farmers cheese no longer needed to be rationed, we had made that much cheese. If you know a descendant of a rich dairy farmer, it's because the government bought all their cheese.
Sounds like I was not born in time to be lucky enough. Crap. All right, well, gotta give myself some more rolls. Oop. Come on, just give me a 1. There we go. Bam. Yeah, it's not the greatest thing in the world, but gets the job done. A magical portal is opened up below, so then if we leave, though, we come back. Yeah, there we go. Magical portal is opened up. Hello, hum. Can be heard coming from the now active sigil. And then we just need to make it so you can click go through portal, and then, yeah. That's just crazy to me. They made so much cheese. They just had to basically just bury it. That's good times. All right. So at this point, we basically just need to have this. Yeah? Yeah. This. Cool. Let's copy that. And over here, I'm just going to paste that in there. We're just going to say if you're equal to that, show choice selector 1. And then if you are released, this is when it's just going to take you to the new thing. Yeah. All right, cool. So it's going to be something extremely basic, honestly. So let's just do something like this. We're going to say, turn off show dialogue. So we have an event, or a room, a map over here. Level select screen, test dungeon. Level select to dungeon. Erases all this. Teleport to tomb. How does the main menu work? You do new game. New game. Menu progress. Okay. Saves the game. Okay. Then just teleports to the tomb. That's it. All right.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Something I found out just now, it wasn't cheese that was rationed, it was milk. Once milk neared its shelf life, they made it into cheese to let it last even longer. In fact, cheese is like wine, in a way. The longer you let it age, the better it gets. Cheese is, if you didn't know, just mold made from milk.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, there you go. I'd say that makes sense then. Still crazy to me. Still crazy. That's probably why they make dairy farmers pour all their milk when they don't sell it, and they have to ration the amount, because we already have so much that we're sitting on. Maybe. Let's make a game dev cheese snack called individually wrapped cheese, salted by our own tears of frustration and imposter syndrome. I would eat that cheese. I would buy that cheese and I would eat it. Let's make it happen. Okay. Level selected dungeon. Teleports to the tomb. So what activates the actual RTG? Yeah, what is randomly generating it? Main menu. I think it's just calling on the thing, right? In the tomb. Common event, RTG spawn. Okay, yes, so we literally should just be able to teleport into the tomb and it will randomly generate. Cool. So, if that's the case, then what we can do is we should just be able to say, this is level select to dungeon. In the tomb, you're over here.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Individually wrapped would be an amazing indie studio name.
That would also make a very great indie studio name. Individually wrapped. Quick, someone copyright it. Make it so you can't get it anymore. So if you click, turn that off. We don't need to set this. Show, okay, so we don't need that either. Let's just go with something extremely basic. That's what we're doing right now. We're going super basic. So let's erase this. Let's erase. What do we have saved right now? That's what I've got saved. We don't need that. Let's get rid of all this stuff. So delete all of this. Delete all of that. Get rid of all of this. All of that, all of that, all of this, all of this, all of that. Okay, there we go. So we just need to say if you click here, turn off show dialogue, show this, but you're going to be showing at let's actually swap the images. Yeah, that makes the most sense. So pick swap. Yes. Over here. Oh, let's also set this to parallel process. All right, so we are first going to swap 24 to 25. And then we are going to erase image 24. Actually, that won't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So swap them, and then we want to move picture 25 center 640 360. Let's show it at like, I don't know, 400%, and we'll do it over the course of 250 frames. We'll turn off show dialogue. Let's also turn off show HUD. Where is that one? Show HUD. What if we do this? So I want this to show above everything else too. So what if we say swap picture 24 with 25, and then swap picture 25 with 100, 99, 99, 99, and then we move image layer 99 to that. And then just wait for that, and then we will just teleport to level select to dungeon. Fade. Yeah, I think. Maybe. So 2 through 4 turn off. 6 through 45. 56 through 80. Okay, that should be fine. Yep. 5 through 7, 18 through 20, 30 through 47, 79 through 340. And what is... So it's 79 through 340. What's at 340? It says spell 1 value, spell type. Okay, and picks up at 365, which is the RTG stuff. 365 all the way down to 913. I think that should all be right because we can reset pick IDs, has explored, the mini boss cards, dice rolled, dice actual. Set all of that to 0. Room decor. Okay, yeah, I think we can basically keep this exact same thing. So just erases, or so it resets, switches, variables, erases images, all that stuff, and then takes you back to the tomb. Yeah. Now here's what I want to know really quick. We got floor 0-0. This is 72-100. Variable 72, is that getting reset? That would be getting reset. 64 through 73. So 72, we do not want to reset that. Floor number. Okay, so let's just say 71. And I guess we just set 73 to equal 0. Yeah, we'll do 73.
Axel _ Benedict cheered 5 bits. Fun fact, I am in your walls, and approaching rapidly.
I don't like that. Stop approaching. Stop your approach. Wait, can you not just do 73 through 73? It just defaults to that? Whatever. Okay, so yeah, keep 72. Cool. Also, over here, when you are going to the new game... Actually, what if we just say every time you enter the tomb, right before it generates a new one, just say control switches, control variables, add 1 to floor number. Might as well. Okay. If everything is correct, I think... Now, it's probably going to look a little janky, Probably. We should be able to if we go find the exit. It's room 27. Let's go find room 27. Come on. Go. Examine the symbol. So we got 4, 4, 1, 6, 6. Come on, give me a 2. There we go. Bam. We go through portal. See what friggin' happens. Okay. It's, like I said, little janky, but if you'll notice, we are now on floor 2. So if we come in here, it's now in room 14 is the exit. Come over here, we've got the sigil. All that stuff is already turned off again, so if we examine the sigil, 4 remaining. We do 5, 1, 3. Yes, we need a 1 and a 5. 1. Come on. Oh my gosh. All right, well, while we're not in there again, let's do this really quick. Quad out. Let's switch that to... Before you do that, we're going to say, change the picture easing of 99. Set this to quad in. So it should start... Yeah. So it should start slow and go fast, I believe. Also set this to like 600. 800. Maybe that'll help. I'll set this to like 200. Maybe that'll help. Wait, what? This should not be empty. Why is that empty? There should be a saved game there. Oh, wait a minute. Oh no. Persistent data. Persistent variables is 80. Oh, wait. Level selected dungeon. 79 through... Oh. I reset that variable. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, so let's have you do variable 79. Because we do not want we do not want 80 to ever... That's global save slot. Holy crap. Okay, well, 79. And then up you to 81. So we're gonna do 73, 79, and then starting at 81 again. Okay, good to know. Let's jump in here. We can just delete all of this stuff, because why not? Why not? Okay, now it should be empty. New game, or whatever. Okay, there we go. All right, let's just see if this is working. Can we get to the next floor and have it all work? So 28, let's go to room 28. That's over here. Let's examine the symbol. So we need a 6, we need a 4. Wow, that was a terrible roll. Okay, here we go. So we got a 5. Okay. All right. A 5 and a 3. There we go. Whew. Opens up. You don't want to delete their save randomly? I thought you were hardcore. I mean, we could do... I am kind of thinking about maybe actually doing a hardcore mode where it's like, when you die, you die. Like, it erases your game. We could do that. We absolutely could do that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Definitely did not want this to actually delete it, though. Okay, so if we go through portal, again, it's going to look very janky. This is going to be like, whoop. Yeah. Not good looking, but we're on floor 2. And if we go find the exit room, which is in room 4. There we go. It's unactivated again. Examine the symbol. 4 remaining. We can do 3, 4, 5, 2, and we need a 4. There we go. Opens up. Go through portal. Boop. Now we're on floor 3. It's working! We can go from floor to floor. I know we technically kind of got back to where we were like a month ago, but a lot has changed in the past month. Yeah. Cool. All right. Well, happy day. We can actually go from floor to floor again. That feels so much better. Oof. Been a long time coming to get back to this point. Let's also change this to just be like 75 frames. I want it to be much faster. And again, it is very janky. It doesn't look good, but it functions. And that's all I truly actually really care about. Does it function? Yes. And that's what matters. So if we come back over here, let's go to room 51. Of course, I went into a dead end. Let me go. Damn. Sigil, symbol. Okay, we need 3s and 6s. That's cool. So 6. Wow. Okay, 3, 6. Oh. Good times. Luck is not on my side with these rolls. Come on. There we go. Thank you. What's up? Go to the portal. Again, not good. It doesn't look good, but there we go. Good enough. Axio Myth Game says, good progress like that calls for a nice backup. Yes, it does. I am definitely going to be creating a backup of this, just so we don't lose any of the progress. Oh, do not want to lose that. Also, welcome. I see you're a first-time chatter, so welcome. Glad you're here. Hopefully you are enjoying it so far. Yeah. Oh, it has been a long time coming to get back to this point where we actually have kind of a loop going on. So you should be able to, as you go through, collect your dice. If there were monsters, I could be killing monsters, getting experience and all that fun stuff. And then if I were to find the exit room again, so exit room is number 2, I was heading in the right direction. That's good to know. Merge a couple dice, just, kicks and giggles. Coming here to the sigil. Let's also just move that down there. I don't know, because why not? All right, so we need a 3, we need a 6, we need a 5, a 1. Let's see what happens here. And a 5. Here we go. Opens up. Go through the portal. Yeah, then we get our dice back. Everything's hunky-dory. Cool. Well, there's definitely a lot that we could / need to do, but we're getting there. So, all right, cool. Close that. Let's come over to here, and we can say, make the success state. There we go. That is working again. So, yeah, at this point, all we need to do is making the fail state, which I think for now, just to make it easy, we will just call on a random trap. So if you remember, there are traps that are throughout the tomb. And if you don't do the trap puzzle fast enough, then the spikes come up and get you. So yeah, so basically we would just do essentially that. We'll just have it spawn a trap, and you will need to get the thing working before, and then if you don't, then you get hurt. And then you can try the sigil again. Yeah. Probably what we'll do for now. Maybe eventually I'll be thinking about what else we could potentially do with it. But for now, that's just what we're gonna go with. Anti says, hi. Welcome, Anti. Welcome. How's it going? Just in time for the outro of the stream, unfortunately. So, sorry about that. My phone crashed. What did I miss? Oh, well, Axel, just for you, I will show what we got going on again. So I don't know how long ago it was that your phone crashed, but we now have it. We now have an actual full loop working for the game. So yeah, so if we were to go find the exit, so room 50, let's head on over to the exit. We'll head on up. Oh, actually, as we're moving along, I'm collecting dice, you know, yada yada yada. If there were monsters to kill, I'd be killing monsters, all that fun stuff. And then if we get over to room 50, that's the one. So if we do this one, we pull this up, and then we go, you know, put you there, put you there. You need a 1 and a 5. 5. Whew. Last one. There we go. Opens up the portal, and then yeah, then you got the portal here. You can walk out of the room, come back later if you want. So if you're not ready to leave the room, you can open it up and then go through, explore the rest of anything that you haven't explored. You can come back over here and it'll be like, oh, ready to go. It'll be like, go through portal, and it's super janky, but it's like, and then there you go. Then you're on floor 2. I know you can't really see it because of the chat. There you go. You're on floor 2. You were on floor 1 originally. Now we're on floor 2. And yeah, you can explore.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. If the loop is ready, will you drop a demo soon?
That is a great question. Soon is definitely a relative term here. It does mean that we are a step closer to being able to release some kind of demo, though. Yes. Because yeah, like I've said before, ultimately I just wanted to get a basic gameplay loop working in the dungeon. You know, I definitely still want to add some more monsters. We probably want to get a couple mini bosses. But yeah, basically once we get a loop of the dungeon working with at least a handful of monsters, like maybe a dozen or so, plus a couple mini bosses, then yeah, definitely would be releasing some kind of demo just to be like, this is the loop in the dungeon. This is what you can do. Obviously there wouldn't be any quests. There wouldn't be the town for you to explore or anything like that. But it would just be a loop of the dungeon and you being able to, well, that was lucky. Freaking finding that sigil right here. All right, examine the symbol. Anyway, yeah, so it's, yeah, a loose gameplay loop is functional now. Feels good. There's still, you know, some things we need to clean up and all that fun stuff. But
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Here's a plan. When you drop the demo, I'll gift 10 subs.
Axel, I don't think you realize what you are committing to. That is a lot of subs. That would be quite the price. I mean, I'm not going to say no, but that is quite the amount to commit to. So just keep that in mind. Let's see, what do we got here? Jerry says, like and subscribe. That's true. Don't forget, like, subscribe. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, like and subscribe.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. I never said all at once, but I will gift 10 subs eventually.
Alright, that's fair. You did not say all at once. Fair enough. Good point. Let's see what else. Jerry also says, poor Versilius will consume the light of your soul, and you will spend all of eternity in the darkness of secret limestone mine cheese caverns. No, not the lime cheese mine cheese caverns. The limestone mine cheese caverns. Anything but that. Control says the sooner you push a loop out, even just to subs, the sooner you can find out where your pain points are. That's true. That's true. There will definitely be a lot of pain points. I really should prio it if I were you.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. As a child, I yearned for the cheese mines.
Cheese mines. That's where everybody wants to be. But yeah, absolutely, definitely prioritizing it. Yeah, and like I've said, well, I don't know how much I've said it lately, but yes, I do want to get a demo out sooner rather than later. And it like I was saying, it literally would just be this. It's just the tomb. There wouldn't be any town. There wouldn't be any quests. There would be really no upgrading of your spells, unfortunately. If we were to just do the tomb, it would just be this loop. It would be you finding the sigil, activating it, going through the portal, you know, beautifying it a little bit, and then going into the next one. Going around, killing monsters, merging dice, you know, And that's what it would be. And hopefully that would be interesting enough. But yeah, it would basically be, it would be there to let people play it, see if this loop is fun.
Axel_Benedict Jade 5 bits. Sounds like a game I've been wanting to play for ages.
I mean, to be fair, you have been wanting to play this for ages. But yeah. So that is the plan, the thought. So yeah, I do know, and like, you know, so long as everybody else kind of understands that, like, this definitely would not be the full game by any means or any stretch of the imagination. So
Axel_Benedict Jade 5 bits. LV20D20 speedrun any %WR will belong to me.
It's fair. You gotta fight for it though. You gotta fight for it. Anyway, so yeah, but yeah, at this point, look at that. There we go. Got the exit again. Examine the symbol. So there are still a few more things we do need to add. You know, get working. Aside from, you know, obviously, like I was saying, adding more monsters and all that fun stuff. Okay. Actually, I know that I shouldn't do this, but I just had a thought. What if when you are doing the dice with the sigil, what if you could merge those as well to get higher numbers? So if you needed a 3 and all you had was a 2 and a 1, you could merge those together and get... I know that I shouldn't do that, but I'm kind of like, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. So anyway, that would basically be what the demo would be, is that. That would be it. Just this. Again, a little bit of beautifying, having some monsters, but yeah, it would just be this loop going. Yeah. We'll see. We will see. Jerry says, make it into a loop and then pretend you made it during the constraints of a game jam and send it in. You do that. Except for the fact that I would have a lot of evidence against
Benedict
that.
Jade 5 bits. What happens if you fail the Yahtzee game and the portal can't open?
So right now, nothing. Eventually, that is something we do. That is one of the things we still need to add. So we need the making the fail state. We got the success state, which is it shows the little purple spinny thing, and then it lets you walk through if you would like. So the fail state, I'm still trying to decide. I'm not 100% certain on what it's going to be, but probably what it is just going to be, it will, if you fail, a trap springs or something, and I don't know. We could also do where it's like, if you fail, you have to go collect the dice again in the dungeon. I don't want it to be too frustrating of a thing though, so I don't want someone to have to like go through the dungeon again just to find them. So I don't know. Yeah, it's probably just going to be like, for now, a very simple slap on the wrist. It's literally just going to be, oh, you failed the little Yahtzee minigame, so now here's a trap that you then have to disable or take damage and then try again. That kind of thing. So nothing that crazy. It'll just be a very simple, you know, very easily avoidable taking damage, but potentially taking damage and then just trying again after that. So that's what's going to be for now. Eventually we will probably do a little bit something more than that, but for now, that's all it's going to be. So yeah.
Axel_Benedict Jade 5 bits. If you fail the puzzle, every monster respawns and you must eliminate all of them to retry.
Do that. Could do that. Yeah, I don't know. So maybe we could do something to where it's like you basically like fail the floor and you then have to like do the whole floor all over again. Or you have to leave the dungeon or something like, I don't know. I don't want it to be too harsh of a punishment. So that's, yeah. I'll have to decide. I'll have to figure it out. We'll get it figured out. We'll get it figured out. But anyway, so yeah, so fail state still needs to be added.
Axel_Benedict Jade 5 bits. That or Versilius vibe checks you with a Smith & Wesson .45.
Yeah, there we go. One fail and he's just like, found you. Maybe. We'll see. Jerry says, honestly, I feel like some people do that from the looks of their games. That's true. I actually was, I think we talked about that on stream a few weeks ago, where, yeah, it's extremely easy to submit a game to game jams. Like I will actually show you really quick. So here we go. I'm gonna pull up the game jams here, right? If we were just go to play and win jam, is this one active? Starts in a day. All right. Let's actually go to a jam that's actually active. Right now we've got the Bullet Hell Jam 6. There we go. So I can join the jam, and then I can submit your project, and I can just pick Lemonade on Main Street, and I just fill in a little bit here and be like submit, and that's it. Like, it is super easy. And so yeah, kind of like what I was saying on stream was you could literally just, if you just had like a handful of your existing projects, like if I just had like 5 or 6 games that I just had uploaded to itch, I could just scroll through this list of jams here like once a week. If I just scrolled through here, found the different jams, and I just opened up every single one, and I just came in here and was like, submit this one, fill out whatever information they want, and be like, submit. And like, here's the thing is like, you can't really be blocked from future game jams. You would just be blocked from that one. And so sometimes it could be an easy way to just like put yourself out into just hundreds of game jams over the course of a short amount of time. And yeah, and just be like, there we go. You've submitted your game to 100 game jams. So yeah, there's definitely people out there that do exactly that. It's not great, but what some people do. Monster comes out and you have to defeat it before you may try again. We also thought about that too, is yeah, just you get attacked by like some kind of mini boss again. No. I was thinking, I was like, what if we only have the mini boss show up if you fail? Like you don't ever find the mini boss. But then I was like, no, some people will probably want to fight the mini boss, and I don't want you to feel like you have to fail to be able to fight the mini boss.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Speaking of low MS, still, only Hawk Zombie has played it.
Oh, that's sad. I'm sure it'll get there. There's still a lot of time. We still have 2 weeks before the end of it, so there will definitely be more people that actually play it, most likely. I'm gonna have to keep my eye on that, actually. But yeah. So anyway, yeah, so we'll see. We may have a monster spawn instead of doing the whole trap thing, but we'll see what actually happens for the fail state of it. Yeah, so we still need to add that. And then I'm still kind of on the fence. Do we, okay, let's actually for anyone still here, do we want to have, let me pull this up really quick just so I can, like, when I say dice, you know what dice I'm talking about. Do we want to have the dice that you use for the Yahtzee minigame to spawn randomly throughout the dungeon? Do we want to have these dice, you have to go through the dungeon and find them? Or do we just want it to be, if you find the sigil room, you just have the dice and you do your thing? I feel like one way or another, whichever way I feel like could be fine. And so I'm kind of like, you know, do you actually have it to be where you have to go through the dungeon and collect these dice? Or are they just here in the sigil room ready to go? Jerry says, that's what happens if you fail, or it just costs health to roll more. Or maybe combine it with the merge idea and let a player add the dice on the left of the screen to increase the dice.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Finding them gives a reason and sense of progression.
True, yeah. And that was the other thing, is I was like, I mean, most people are probably going to feel inclined to actually explore the different floors, you know? I feel like most people that would play a game like this do not want to leave any room unexplored. And so whether there was dice that you're going through collecting or not, most people are probably going to be like, oh, that place isn't explored yet. I got to go over there now. So, you know.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. What Anti-Wanty Fanty said.
All right. Let's see. What did Ante say? I think a 50-50 should work. Find 1 or 2 of them, but you already have a few. And we could do that as well. Yeah, you've got like 1 or 2 to start, and then you have to find the others. You do that. The other thought was that, like, because as you can see here, you know, you need 5 dice, but I have 6 total. We could either make it so that maybe you only do have 5 dice. I was thinking having 1 extra though could like help in making it just slightly easier. And so as you explore, you you know, you could find up to 6 dice, but once you found 5, you could technically come in here and you could do it. So I don't know, something like that. Anyway, yeah, so Jerry was saying, yeah, so or just cost health, or maybe combine it with the merge idea and let a player add the dice to left of the screen to increase the dice amounts. Yeah, we could definitely do that. Wait, I got it. The game requires a credit card. If you fail, the game charges you $5. There we go. Put in your credit card information when you start the game. Anytime you fail, just auto swipe those creds. Failing being a way to unlock side content is super interesting though. Yeah, and that's the thing is I'm like, we could just have it respawn the mini boss, right? If you fail.
Axel _ Benedict cheered 5 bits. Pay to win for the win.
There we go. I will just be the most over monetized indie game ever created. That is what we will do. That's what we're shooting for. Just make people pay thousands of dollars to be able to play the game and win. Feels like I haven't seen that since PS1. Just says you could do it. You could do it something like, if you find the dice, you can use the portal without fighting the boss. But if you want to fight the boss, then you can get the dice from them. And that was like another thing I was thinking too, is that maybe you can find up to 5 dice throughout the dungeon, and then defeating the mini boss would give you, like, award you 1 extra of these dice to make it slightly easier. So I don't know, maybe something like that. So find the dice to skip the boss battle or fight the boss to gain entry without the dice. I like it. Yeah. And that was the other thing, is that because we used to have the boss spawn in this room, and so you wouldn't have been able to do it until you fought the boss. But then I was like, So I don't know. I like the idea of you being able to like find the sigil, and it's like, oh, but like when you examine the symbol, if like you find this before you find any other dice, you see this, but then like you don't have the dice to actually do anything. So I do actually like the idea of you having to explore. Yeah. So maybe something, so like a little bit of kind of like what Jesse's saying, where it's like you can find the dice, but then if you fight the boss, but then this is where I would switch it up a little bit. So you can find the dice, but then if you fight the boss, you get an extra dice for fighting him. So not only would you be getting like experience, money, like gold, but you would also get an extra dice to help make the unlocking or activating the sigil just a little bit easier. Yeah. I think that's probably actually where we'll go. So let's do this really quick. Let's come over here. Let's write this down so we don't forget. Make the dice spawn randomly in the tomb. Have 5 dice spawn in the tomb. The 6th optional dice can be won by defeating the floor's mini boss. Yeah. That way you don't have to fight the mini boss. You don't have to do any of that. It would just be, if you want to 6th the dice, if you want to make it slightly easier to activate the sigil, go defeat the mini boss and you get a 6th dice. I don't know, maybe something like that. I think that should work all right. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, that's right. I never sent you the size of the sprites. I will send you those to you. I mean, I can tell you right now, but then I can also send them to you. So basically, the size of the sprites should be... those are the saves, images, pictures. So yeah, so the size of the sprites right now. Come over to monster. Oh, that is not what I want. This is what I want. Come on. Go. This up into Photoshop over here. All right, we can close you. Close you. Close you. Close you. So much stuff open. Woo. Actually, this would be perfect. All right, so let me show you. So the size of the sprites for the monsters, I'm kind of thinking I wouldn't want any just regular monster much larger than maybe like 50 pixels by 50 pixels. So that is roughly this large. Yeah, I feel like just for like a regular monster, I probably wouldn't want anything much larger than 50 by 50. For the mini bosses, they could probably be quite a bit larger, like say probably, yeah, like about 110 pixels wide by like 62 pixels tall. Yeah, something like that. So, yeah. But I will definitely send those to you over in Discord, Anti. That way you'll have it actually written down. And I also still need to send you the color palette. Yeah, the color palette, so you have that to work off of. Yeah, sorry about that. It's been a little bit of a crazy past couple days, so good times. Anyway, well, it has been an absolute blast. It has been fantastic. Yeah, been a great stream. Definitely need to head to bed. It is it's getting late. It is almost 1 in the morning for me, and I've got to be up at 6 to head to work. So, yeah. Oh, let's see. Oh, wait. What did I miss? Game's done. Wrap it up. Clip it and ship it. Jerry, you are 100% correct. I mean, technically, it's kind of a playable-ish thing. A little bit.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. 07 Moon Man. I have a surprise for you tomorrow, BTW.
Well, I'll be excited to see it. And I will look forward to it. And then Jesse says, I'd say maybe an extra 2 dice. 1 die feels a little weak for the boss unless you can take those dice to the next floor. That's true. That's true. Yeah, maybe he gives you 2 extra dice. Yeah, I can see that. Not a bad idea. All right, everybody. Well, thank you all so much for being here. I absolutely appreciate it. It has been absolutely fantastic having you all here. Also, I know you're not still here, but Jonathan, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Anyone who is still here since the raid, I appreciate you being here. Thank you all so much for the follows. Axel, thank you for the bits. Robbie, I don't know if you're still here, but also thank you so much for your bit donations as well. And yeah, I'm going to get some sleep. Everybody else, if it is nighttime for you, you should also go get some sleep. If not, hopefully you all have an absolutely fantastic day.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. What bits?
Oh, you know, the nickels of bits. It's a weird saying, sentence, thing. Anyway, I'm gonna go get some sleep. I'm very tired now. So thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate it. I will see you all on Thursday. Hope you all have a fantastic day tomorrow. Good luck. Yeah, I think that's about it. See you all Thursday. Bye.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Like and subscribe, and leave your walls.